Last 5 Years by E.S. Wynn. Chapter 1. Earth. When it comes time to leave, the notion strikes you soft, leaves its mark in your clay. It is time, she says, and as you turn to smile at the angelic Minerva who clings to your cosmos, you reflect on a film reel past of her gentle guidance, the embrace of silvered wings, long, thin hands sweeping away tears, pain. You are my guardian, you whisper back. Smile in the golden spill of her light, the contrast of hair and skin. You believe in my dreams. No one else can see her, no one but you. To you she is real. To you she is flesh and blood. To you she is the light behind you in the darkness, ever reaching forward. In your most desperate moments she has come to you, cradled your hand as you reach out to touch her cheek, feel her gentle resistance, the softness of invisible skin. In your eyes she is an angel, an elegant wingspan of lines and curves, who moves with an O-born grace, stares at you with eyes you've never seen before, eyes impossible to look away from. She has been there in everything that you have ever done, stood in your eyes as real as any other person, luminous, pale skin stretched over long, elegant limbs. Whipcord military muscles, thread visible in the lines of her long, elegant neck, rise to where hair spikes short and wild, midnight black, a perfect contrast to her silvery, soft-feathered wings. She is the guardian, invisible to others, no anima, spirit, ghost, or shade, but rather something different altogether. Algies lingers in your mind when you see her. Think of her, the great elk, seal of protection that she wears at her neck, a pattern in the soul that shows she is your protector, and you the fire, the courage at the center of her strength. In her care, the symbol sits strong across your heart, empowers you as you surge over and through hurdles no longer meant to hold you stagnant. But her arms also hold you bound, hold you restricted where you must be kept in check. Her mark shines across all of your glass walls, forces you to walk the maze, to learn the lessons before digging your hands into the sleeping Fehu dawn that waits beyond the elk, locked away in an armor of symbols with the key of a dream that comes again and again, a cycle of dark hair and dark eyes, of fire and illusions, of the heat of adulthood and the age that stretches beyond it. Like so many others, you were born neither male nor female, but find yourself as both, and neither all at once. The body you wear carries its own characteristics, but inside there is only you, only the sediment of self. From the moment of your birth, you have known that physical bodies are merely manifestations of the greater whole, dense energy accreted from a world soul, that the body is a vehicle, an idea incarnate, evolved through time like any other idea to a dream that is the you in the now. Your path has always been the labyrinth of the shaman, and the guardian has always walked beside you, carried you when you stumbled through the sharp, hard brambles of roads cast by greater forces, roads lined with hands, waiting to guide you through the things you will later understand as simple wonders, idle thoughts that follow on the ruddy trickles of surnames like Smith, Fletcher, and Kitchens. And you know from the beginning that everything is a cycle, a wheel that all must become, through both bad and good, firm and infirm. The world is a nest of cycles inside of cycles, larger cycles not always visible to the eye within, larger cycles spinning incomprehensible circles within larger cycles. Everything that has happened before will happen again many times, and even as time turns in cyclical illusion, you know that now will never come again. You know that in each incarnation you must choose your own trail. Reach for the sky for want of wings. On such whispers came your life, the birth of self into a whole and living earthen being. Life found you in the days of Morgan summers, in the hilly earth of an antediluvian time when cats and dogs would rise to fly and pilot starships, when wars and crusades were waged through golden fields and across rocky peaks by tiny men armed with cardboard shields and self-hammered aluminum swords. Reaching out, life caught you, worked itself into your untainted innocence like an inky cancer, spread tendril fingers through days when you were caught in hail, when you stole staves from caves behind waterfalls, saw the outlines of prowling wizards in the drowning cities lurking beneath catfish lakes, suffered through blinding headaches born of long, sunny hours and bags upon bags of blackberries. These are the days of the past, when the town of your birth seemed like its own country, and the capital felt as distant as the stars in the shattered mirror of the night sky. Life begins with loss, a leaving for warmer waters that are only warmer in the mind, waters of an illusionist that knows the flow of things, stirs to teach, stirs to rend. Your first memories are of death, of obliteration, and the continuation of manas past the threshold. These and the fire echoes of Republic Rome are the chords that set the tone for your path, define the strongest lessons laid down like lines to be struggled through on the approach to the ascent to an invisible, visible sun. And then there is the dream, the scintillating, shatter fragment dance of light and smiles that flares into the eye of the mind and goes dark, whips away as you reach for it, disappears suddenly in the same way that a shadow becomes faceless as the eye adjusts to the storm of brilliant light and spinning dust that flares behind it. You have held on to that dream for as long as you can remember. And even when you have tried to forget it, as if by fate, it consistently returns. Like a hunter, it has cut you deeply, has trapped and bled you, tracked you, pursued you, and like cunning prey it runs from you when you have turned to pursue it. Among your thoughts it lingers always as a haunting, avenging ghost, a ghost you could not escape even if you wanted to. With the hands of a shaman you dare to worship the dream from afar, paste her pictures on your windowsill, glass so like walls, bars, words in a voice you've never heard before, yet that sounds the same in every unspoken syllable that feathers from the dream's mouth, fills your synapse-tangled mind as you fall again and again into the fever flavor of chasing your own demons, demons who carry your eldest dream down the labyrinthine passages of your iridescent mind toward an uncertain future haunted with illusions, fear, the darkness of ominous, passing clouds. The first shaman to see you as you flowered into adolescence knew the dream the moment he touched you, smiled as he splayed his wet and woaded hand across your face, gently smeared your skin with the rune of manas, of the self, and told you of the stars that flew through the sky at the moment of your birth. Gebo, he whispered, the star of ecstasy in the waiting presides over your soul, and you knew in the breathing of his words that he has walked life as you have, as you will continue to. Beyond the elk waits the sun. He smiled into your soul. Beyond protection waits happiness, but only when you are truly ready to receive it. In his eyes you saw that life for the seeker is a maze of glass walls that restrict a straight path to goals, walls that create the tests of every journey, walls we never face alone, but rather navigate as blind fragment simplicities in the complexity of an elegant cosmos that unfolds within and beyond all of us, like a neon latticework lotus. When it comes time to leave, the notion strikes you soft, leaves its mark in your clay. The guardian nods in knowing acceptance, smiles gently, but there is still a sliver of sadness she cannot conceal. All progress requires change. All change is pain. Only the relief, the new homeostasis, is truly sweet. A tree of sugary leaves growing gnarled at the peak of a rough and craggy mountain. All around you rural blossoms shift and move, content in their soil, beautiful and numerous, as if God himself had dusted them across the green canvas of the hillside on the hairs of a dry brush stroke, while a grandmother whispered sweet succor into his ears of dancing children and baby Jesus eyes. Blossoms of sweet milk and honeydew they are, and each is a mote mist as you think about leaving, about all you are about to leave behind. Reluctant, you sigh. Exhale heavy as toes languish in the cool soil of the wet and fertile field from which your understanding of the world first sprung. The feeding field, the field of forefathers, tottering grandmothers, and forgotten arrowheads. You are grown now, but in the arms of the moment, the succulent soil of the earth. The world still has a sweetness born of innocence you can't see, a sweetness all others smile at, cherish as it lingers in your fading dimples, those others having lost it themselves on their own journeys long ago. Come, grandparents call to you, grandparents to whom the whispering language of cracks and flickers is rife with the secrets of a deeper earth. Help us again. Turn soil with us as a means of saying goodbye. A grandfather leads by example, and you follow his hands as you work beside him, work beside a faded mass of grandparents who turn the body of the earth from her fitful slumber, open her up, coax her into the readiness of a young and supple wife, eager for the rough hands of man to pierce her. Sliding, thrusting into her depths, fingers and hands leave the seed of life in their wake, leave seed to grow in the moist and fertile soil of an earthen womb. When I started growing ginger root, I expected it to be difficult, but it's not, another grandfather says, and as he smiles, you see yourself in his eyes, his laugh. The rains have come and gone, and only sparse clouds haunt the sky, shadowing the damp ground. Your hands find the ground easier to work on this, your final day, find themselves thick with the rich, ruddy viscera of the earth. Each wet, brown droplet stirs alive with potential, glistens with light echo promises of a bountiful harvest still a season away. A harvest your dreams beckon you away from. Fate leads you beyond. Do you ever think about roots? You hear a grandfather ask the shade which lingers in his shoulder, flickers and shifts through skin and muscle like the static of an old wound. The shade blushes shadow, flickers the hues of an answer. No, sir, I try to avoid labyrinths. They're like fingers, the grandfather says, like a needle and thread. They pass into and through both soil and soul, stitch lands and families together. In a smooth, practiced dip of gnarled hands, he scoops clumps of damp earth, pushes soil, rolls it, makes room for the seeds he nestles into fertile, silken wetness. If there were no roots, our world would be a flat and featureless place, barren and silent. A world without change, a grandmother adds, stagnant, empty of the violence of birth and movement. The grandfather nods, turns more earth, fills rich soil with more seeds, more promises of roots. A long time ago, when the first tree put its hard roots into the soft soil of a young and eager earth, that grand old tree lost itself in the joys of the earth's depths, pushed too deep, pushed too hard, and too quickly, and tore a wound in the body of the great mother. Crying out, she filled the low curves of her body with tears, but still the roots of the first tree dug deeper, straining so deep in their lust for the sweet promise of her core, that neither the tree nor the earth dared to stop, though they both knew they should. A grandmother's fingers gently push aside the fertile mud of the field. Open the earth for the seeds that your grandfather sows. Close wet soil over seeds that will feed the many tribes of the realm of earth, people who themselves will one day nourish the soil from which all that has enriched their lives and bodies has come. As both tree and earth shook in the final throes of their desperate connection, the roots of the tree broke through and touched the core, brought forth from it an explosion of life that blossomed all through the waters of the tears of the earth and sloshed onto her shores to sow their own seeds, extend their own roots. He smiles at you, just as we have, just as you will, just as all life will, until the cycle returns to stagnation, if ever it does. Like familiar memory, you know this story. But there is a politeness in listening to it, in the final moments spent with one's closest ancestors, before a parting that all know may be your last. The joy, the honeyed sweetness of gentle smiles and exchanged words softens the finality, makes the hard weight of destiny both sweet and needed. "Love the earth, child," a grandmother whispers. "She gives to us all that we are and all that we need. She keeps us anchored to ourselves, reminds us of that which is truly important, and teaches us the ways of nature." She smiles. To learn her lessons you need only listen, and listen not with your ears, but with your entire being. The guardian's eyes rise to the sky as you sit in silence for a moment, absorbing words, sounds, the whispers where land meets breeze, where life awakens from soil, where rocks wait in silent meditation to be turned by plows, broken by time. "I have listened with every element of my being," you say, but the grandmother only smiles. "I have listened, and I have learned all of the lessons of the earth." No one ever learns all of the lessons of the earth. She caresses the soil, caresses another handful of your grandfather's seeds between furrows of fertile earth. Time is a wind, and like a leaf it carries you in its ceaseless currents, carries you past the fields, past the grandparents, the early moments of life that still cling to you like tattered flags, to a crossroads at the edge of your home. Like all crossroads, this bears the mark of Ingwas, the rising, the diamond increase. Like all crossroads, your feet pick a direction that follows the emotions of the logical mind, instead of the sense of the true heart. Lead you from the dirt and gravel of aged Truckamiller Lane to the mingling smoke of Williamson, across Douglas and South Victor to Dowd. Dowd, is the only lane which haunts you with the lights, bells, and native pipes of déjà vu. But the notion is rare and fleeting. Your mind moves to linger on other things, passarolas, and women who move in a dance of shattered glass that shivers through recurring dreams. I still have one farewell to say, you tell the guardian, and as you point yourself toward that last acknowledgment of a part of a life nearly ended, she crosses her arms. She knows who you feel you owe a sort of lever's penance to, and you know she disagrees. At a broken-down pub carved from the shattered fuselage of an airliner in a cinder-block house, you find that part of your life who brings your mind back to earth in the way that only unsoftened masochism can. You find Sandrew, and you tell him it is time. You tell him about your dream, and that it is because of your dream that you have to leave. Dreams? Dreams don't mean anything. Sandrew makes a dismissive gesture, leers at a peasant's daughter as she bends down to set a sloshing cocktail of wood-grain alcohol, battery acid, and paint thinner on the table. Pendulous breasts, held in a low top, bounce inches from his face. But he only licks his lips as he stares, bucks his familiar pattern, and lets her pass unmolested. Everyone has dreams, he sneers. Hell, I have all kinds of dreams. They come and go like good women. He reaches out, slaps the peasant daughter on the ass, hard enough to make her squeal with delight. One quick fling and then it's all over. One quick fling that never means anything. And what of those stories of honest dreams? Visionary dreams, you ask, silently hating the part of yourself that feels the need to ask instead of to command, to seek opinion instead of standing tall in faith, belief. The guardian's feathers prickle and shake as she takes a seat in the chair next to you, straddles it with her arms across the hard wooden back, eyes shining as hard as any general's. You know that she can't stand Sandrew, that his animal violence is anathema to her softness. But as one who sees divisions where they do not truly exist, as a product of the double standards to which men and women have always been held, his words carry their own wisdom, their own true knowledge. Some are born as artists, shamans. Some struggle to become that which challenges them most. Sandrew's father works as a bindman, and the prodigal son has chosen to walk the same well-lit path. Even if the stories are true, there hasn't been an honest dream in thousands of years, if ever. He shifts, cracks an infuriating grin. Everyone has dreams, but they never mean anything. Your guardian thinks otherwise. She believes in you, believes in your dream, the pot of gold that waits beyond the rainbow cast by the panes of a prismatic glass wall. She scoffs. Her eyes meet yours, wings flexing as her hands come up to meet her chin. They're not just dreams, Sandrew. They're cyclic, recurring. They mean something. I know they mean something. Like the dreams of a charlatan shaman? Sandrew laughs, oblivious to the guardian's sidelong glance. Everyone knows that dreams are meaningless, even self-destructive. The truth is that you're human. You're limited, temporary, worthless except when you work or consume. He slams back, a painfully wide gulp of his drink, gasps and spits, coughing foam past the shark edges of a wide grin. Any dream that makes you think there is more to life than that is only destroying who you could really be. You're a moron, the guardian tells Sandrew, though he doesn't hear her. Shaking her head, she looks away, wings twitching in quiet irritation. Concerned, you watch her for a moment. Notice the way she doesn't look at you, doesn't look at Sandrew. "What are you dreaming about anyway?" Sandrew asks, killing an awkward silence before it can manifest. A girl," you answer plainly, and in your mind you can see her, the flowers, the spirit swirl of blue, silver, and black. Your cheeks color as Sandrew grins uncontrollably, eyes sharpening to slice open your fragile confidence, stealing and consuming the tapestries, the bricks and scaffolding that he needs to bolster his own, maintain it against the winds of words that try endlessly to topple it from the apex of its unsteady foundation. "A girl?" he echoes, leaning in. "Is she pretty?" "Stunning," you say. There is nothing else to say. No other word describes her. To you, she is the most beautiful woman you have ever seen. A woman to be loved at first sight. A woman so much more than skin, sex, and hair, to whom you could devote your life for all that she is, all that she could bring out in you. In the dream, I feel like I know her, like we have shared a life together. Like there is a connection that binds us together beyond the dream." "That good of a lay, huh?" Sandrew leans in uncomfortably close, the fire in his eyes fueled by the lust of imagination. "You keep getting between the thighs of the same girl every night in the same dream. Keep pumping her full of your love so much you can't get your mind off her perky nipples and begging eyes." "It's not like that." You look reflexively to the guardian, but she has gone back to drilling holes in Sandrew with violent eyes. "In the dream, we're standing in this wide open field beneath a darkening sky. In the dream, we're surrounded by the blossoms of dandelions gone to seed. There's a feather in the wind, a breeze of soft white feathers, and I know it is her. She is standing there, staring into my eyes. Then she turns and I go to her, take her in my arms, and hold her. Just hold her for a moment. And then I kiss her." "And it all goes downhill from there." Sandrew stirs the air with a rude gesture. "Just another dirty sex dream, porn of the mind, nothing more." He grins. "The girl from your dream isn't real. Give up, go back to the fields, and ignore any ideas you get about chasing after her." He gasps past another gulp, laughs. "Ha ha! You'll thank me for this advice someday." "I won't," you persist. "Sure you will." He grins lecherously. "You know what's going to happen? As touchy-feely and airy-fairy as you are, you watch. You'll cross paths with some gorgeous bombshell of a platinum-haired man-eater who just happens to lose herself in your farmhand eyes when she's at her weakest moment. The peak of ovulation, probably." He leans forward, and you can see the fire flicker of a tiger lotus in his dark eyes. You'll fall in love with her on the spot. In fact, you'll fall so in love with her that you won't even notice, much less care, as she wraps you around her little finger tighter than a Yuletide bow or a Beltane ribbon. And all because she's the girl of your dreams. The woman of my dreams is no blonde, you add. The woman from the dream has hair the color of midnight on silver. She is no man-eater. She will never betray me. Yeah, Sandrew makes a tired, trite gesture. Take it from me. Blondes are more fun. They're wilder. Taste better. He smacks his gut. Less filling. I'm not like you, Sandrew. Your defense feels weak the moment it passes your trembling lips. A dying warrior held aloft on hurricane winds by wings of wet cardboard. I know my dream. I know what the woman I have seen in that dream looks like. I know the sounds, the colors of the moment when we will discover one another in the waking world. I know it is real. I'm not like you, Sandrew. I'll never be like you. You should be. Sandrew grinds the glimmer of a cigarette cinder to crackling darkness with one calloused thumb. Dreams are fun distractions, but hang on to them too long and they become a pain in the ass, a ball and chain, slowing you down when you're trying to work. He belches, wipes a long, frothy trail across his sleeve, the back of his hand. The best thing you could do would be to give up your dream now. Give up and leave its lies by the roadside for some other dreamer to pick up and waste his life on. Inside you, something breaks, just for a moment. Words falter or refuse to come, and the only response you can spin from the spool of your mind is silence. A quiet and defeated glance away toward dimness, toward dust, duty. Here, Sandrew pushes the cocktail across the table at you. Drink this. It'll help kill the dream. It'll make it easier to go back to work and live with the reality the rest of us have come to accept. Weakly, timidly, you look up, glance at the cocktail, at the television glimmer in Sandrew's eyes. Here is the test, the moment of movement, the moment of faith, of belief, put in the hands of one hope or another. There are no right answers, only comfortable and uncomfortable ones, you remember. And your hand twitches, almost aches to reach for Sandrew's mug, the common promise in liquid that has dulled so many in want of wings. Drink it, Sandrew says again, more force manifesting in his tones as he shoves the mug at you again. Dreams are lies. Only fools chase dreams and dream women. No, the Guardian stands, and in that moment Sandrew can see her. In that moment she stands proud and tall before him, a shape that stares down at him and reveals him for the small man that he is. Like a light, she banishes the darkness gathered over all of the inadequacies he feels so sharply within his life, all the barbs and aching slivers of pinprick glass, leaves him suddenly emasculated, weak and cowering. All dreams carry reality at their hearts, she thunders, her eyes pinning him in place. All dreams have meaning. All dreams come to pass when given the wings with which to fly. In the end, it is you who will discover that your wisdom is hollow and meaningless, that the tarnished gems you take your turn with are only shades of the living, shades as temporary and passing as you are. Who are you? Sandrew recoils, dribbles, shrieks. A dream. The Guardian's eyes glitter. Just like you. In a way, you feel sorry for Sandrew. Know that his path is not yours, just as you know that a part of him lives within you, resonates, and believes exactly as he does. You've been where he has remained. Lived within and through that life, seen all women as a singular woman of 1,000 faces, or 1,000 women, among which one can rise to satisfy the length of your being, because she has the same hair as the woman you desire, the woman you think of as others move across your skin, the woman whose lips you plan to kiss and caress, the instant you can pull her overalls off. Convince her to expose to you the sweet cerulean heart she hides within the soft cups of her skin-tone bra. I have to get back to work, Sandrew stutters, shivers as the Guardian fades back into the air, the walls becomes invisible to him again. The boss made me his go-to man, assistant manager of the Department of Anti-Union and Anti-Automation Propaganda. He swallows, pushes gold coins from the skin of his hands, and leaves them on the greedy table. I shouldn't even be taking a lunch break. He meets your eyes just for an instant. I'm getting lazy, sleeping, eating instead of working. Jesus! He runs a hand through his greasy hair. I hope I never end up like you. I hope I never end up doing something stupid or suicidal like taking time off, enjoying life, chasing phantom women. There's no time to respond. In a moment he's gone. He's gone. And only the guardian stands beside you in the dim pub, her arms slowly uncrossing, sharp hair no longer stirring like the tendrils of angry snakes. And then the notion strikes you soft again, leaves another mark in your clay. It is time, the guardian says. And as you turn to smile at the angelic Minerva who clings to your cosmos, you know that she is right. You know that you have said your final farewell. Now is the time of movement. Feet carry you strong from the dank halls of the pub, from a life bound within the patterns of your pasts, the pasts of others, and as you pass the last post at the edge of town and step to the side of the beaten motorcycle that once was your father's, you feel it, see it in the way the light catches on a stone beside the path marked with the rune of Othila, rune of home, of separation. All progress requires change. All change is pain. Only the relief, the new homeostasis, is truly sweet. The dream is real. You run a hand across the motorcycle's rusty frame. The letters which spell the name Ogden raised against the flaking paint of the gas tank. The world awaits. Swift, desperate, an old man grabs your arm, halts you before you can mount the bike and put wheel to the path that leads beyond the realm of earth. Like the errant branch of a tree bent from centuries of weight, he holds you with his gnarled hands and demands to know where you are heading. What other lands could possibly hold any interest for anyone of sound mind and body? True in every word, as honest as you are innocent, you tell him that you are in pursuit of a dream, a goddess whose name is still unknown to you. Angry, he shakes you, calls you foolish, tells you that there is nothing beyond the walls of the realm of earth worth anyone's time. His hands are broken, aching from years of working the soil, and as he shows them to you, he demands that you return to the fields. Work your own hands as he has until all the dreams and goddesses that linger in your mind are forgotten. Look at me, he says. I have no dreams, no goddesses. I have worked them all away, and he is proud of his admission. In his eyes you see the red of harshly denied tears, the wrinkles of servitude, of forcing oneself under the wheel of others' heels and whims until his soul has been ground to salt, rattles in his chest with the fall of each breath. I am not like you, you smile softly, gently. Perhaps someday I will return to work the fields as you have. But in the now of this moment I must do this. I must seek out my goddess, my dream. You will fail, he curses you, crossing himself violently. That is the way of things in the now of this moment. All must know their place in the order of things. You were born to be of service to those born better than you. There is no reason to fight. Still smiling, you straddle the motorcycle. Smile as the guardian wraps her arms across your shoulders, breathes light and softness into your ear. She knows. She sees. She feels. This is your moment. She is your guardian. The old man realizes the arrows of his words have turned to smoke, and like a dying motor, he shivers and huffs, shrugging against a tree trunk, drooping in the same way that the machinations of man rust and crumble through the march of time until they are no more, obsolete memories lost in the dust of progress. This is where you leave behind the jeans and dark shirts uniform of the working classes, of fathers and brothers, of men thrown from the runaway train of the military, men eager for brick barbecues, platinum bombshells, and phallic engines raised comically above wheels like tall rubber testicles. This is where the white picket fence ends and the wider world begins. Where do we go now? You ask the guardian. The realm of air, she smiles against your cheek. All wisdom comes from Parnassus, just as the best guidance comes from the guardian of the heart. I am your guardian, she says, wings light-feathered and gray. I believe in your dreams. Just as the course of each river is shaped by the rocks within it, and each road by the tires that cut new lines through rattling gravel, reality is a clay sculpted by 8 billion human minds, created, destroyed, and reborn at the speed of thought. Those who sculpt choose their paths, their courses, and as you pass a sign on the only road in or out of town, you see the words cut there. We are all only as active in the sculpting of the boundless as we choose to be. All is possible, the guardian whispers in your ear, and the words are a limitless fuel. The sky turns red and purple, lights up brilliant and visceral, scattered with the seeds of unborn gods, unborn lives, spirits, religions. Like a steady captain, you pick a spot on the horizon where the colors of the sky and earth run together while the fields and the mountains beyond blur into the impressionist work of an enviable painter long since forgotten, long since lost to starvation, crushed for daring to dream. All around the dusty road, the sky is a parallax background too gorgeous to be real, a sheet of colors, scrolling on into infinity. The only thing stable, while the whole of reality moves around you and carries you into the airy distances spotted by clouds and studded with the thin, unsteady spires of ivory towers. Chapter 2. Air. Like falling tides, mountains and roads give way to sky, endless sky. The realm of air, your guardian whispers against your ear. Many find their dreams here. The words excite you, inspire you to force the throttle of the bike as the whole world becomes a concrete path surrounded by sky, bathed in clouds, pierced only by the skeletal fingers of towers, trees long dead and bare. All around you storm rioting clouds of the biker elite, men and women with egos propped up on shaky scaffolds like signs, inflated by unreliable helium hoses woven from fibers volunteered by dying plants. Backpacks bulge, water bottles rust and decay into unhealthier shades of green as men and women dart into the streets, open briefcases full of loose change and fling it into the sky. Books of every race and creed stare from the windows, and each of them is a blind argument, vicious, unrelenting, unwilling to accept even the barest fact, proven by whoever they might consider an enemy. Here, you are no longer the only seeker. Here, you are unique, only in that you are a component in a tide of sameness and individuality. As the world narrows, you climb off your father's motorcycle and walk it to a shop that still sells vehicles rebuilt by organic mechanics and powered by infernal combustion engines. To be a seeker, to afford the fees of Parnassus, you know that you will have to sell the motorcycle. Hope your feet can carry you fast enough if you have to run to catch your dream. The man behind the counter, stereotypically hunched and filthy in the eyes of all who despise his profession, offers you a kind word for the machine, knowing that the value of the sound will be just enough to get you into Parnassus doors, not enough to carry you further. Cries of, "Essays, 10 bits, get your essays here!" rattle through the air as you step from the shop, shrug into an offered backpack. Another hawker cries out about the downfall of humanity, the careful and measured logical apocalypse predicted with the kind of precision that only the staff of Parnassus can claim. Another shouts from a street corner about arbitrary commandments, condemns those sinners damaged enough to follow their passions, their bliss. Packs of uniques chat about subjects using jargon none understand, but all pretend to, each wearing shirts that battle silently amongst one another like bumper stickers, the quiet motto of the nonconformist spoken as easily as breathing: Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Volk, ein Reich. Here, underground and independent, are just other words that mean superior. And the words of the bottom elite move among fingers, eyes, and ears in the way that only the Wynn can. More uniques sit sipping coffee on the raised steps of Le Café Hôtelion as you pass, filter amongst one another like soft and affluent dignitaries, comparing notes on the life they live, the life of seekers within the halls of academe. Each thread is common, telling. "My father thinks I'm in law class right now," says one, and another toasts in affirmation. "Life is so good since I started lying on my financial aid forms. Now I'm defrauding both my family and the state." Two young girls pick their way along the high, terraced gardens that roll from the cafe to the doors of Parnassus, one with her hair up, the other wearing her hair loose, glossy locks snaring on the unseen fingers of a playful breeze. Beyond them, the sky stretches to fog-washed infinity, the towering clouds becoming asphalt sentries and progress-flattened mountains, sprawling cities cast in grimy cotton and the shaved sail feathers fallen from angels' wings. Struck by the size of the sprawl that stretches beyond Parnassus, you pause and lean against a balustrade, stare into the urban distances rolling out to choke the dark and endless sea which sinks out from the horizon. Beyond the realm of air lies the realm of fire, and the rising kiln-kissed brick buildings stand as sky-scraping monuments to sexual progress. Another of Sandrew's lingering worms rises on the tail of the thought, gnaws at the back of your mind as you stare, wonder. The city. Yeah. The city. Girls of every nation, every religion, every sex. Every sex. Come, the guardian whispers. The dream awaits. Like a penniless immigrant, you wander your way through the decadent strands of concrete finery to the Walk of Saints, the singular Byzantine bridge that leads to the door of Great Parnassus. Find yourself staring at the saints themselves, each elegant, cunningly detailed statue cast in smooth and milky marble. Your guardian knows them all by name, grins as she labels them for you, categorizes them. Graceful darting, her hand rises to point out Augustine, first among the saints of Parnassus Walk, and you notice immediately the ways in which his idolesque statue is covered in the devotions and pleas of printers and theologians, although ultimately it is the brewers, those to whom he seemed to provide the most joy, who have maintained his physique. Next to him stands a tripartite saint of Catharines, and as the guardian nods their name to you, you notice the way the statue surges, bulges unnaturally like a twisted, conjoined triplet, elegant hands outstretched to receive the prayers of philosophers and preachers, but also those of tanners and those who nurse the terminally ill. Beside the Catharines rise Saint Ansovinus, green lacquered vine in hand, smiling as if from the weight of some private joke he might be free of, if only his marble lips could part. His immovable robes stand silent, untouched, and only the prayers of those gardeners who could not reconcile their differences with the earth are left to flutter in his free and outstretched hand. Saint Didymus the Blind stands next on the walk, and as the guardian outlines his adherence to you, you notice that this high saint of Academe, master of the knowledge locked in the vaults of written words, almost seems to be in a stasis of slow and impossible movement, ever blocked from ascending. With the guardian's eye, her gesture, you realize that even the prayers that fill Didymus' frantic hands come from only the most devout librarians of Academe, each of them locked in their own stagnancies, desperate to make their own escapes. Beyond Didymus, a blind saint covered in cloth adorned with the loud designs of exotic orchids slouches back, marble hands refusing to collect any of the prayers that gather against his prodigious gut, lose themselves within the carefully detailed folds of his statue's unhindered girth. Saint Estar, the guardian says to you, indicating, gesturing, as a greasy swarm of technophiles offer fresh prayers to the saint, tuck slips of binary code into new, unmolested creases of stony fat and skin. A man remarks, through heavy jowls, that Marquis of Avignon should have been among the saints that crowd the portico, but another broad back shakes his head and calls attention to the sheer number of saints who watch over fishmongers. Nothing compared to the number of those for nurses and drunkards, a third laughs, but any further response is lost to you as you pass the space where Avignon might have hung his scaly head. Instead, only St. Ingel von Mitternacht remains before you, and you smile as you pass her weathered statue, the chipped bust and body cut to receive its prayers in secret. For she is the patron saint of the genetically modified. To be different, to be better, self-elevated, to have the hand of man on your side, and to be superior in mind or body is to be an outcast, to be invisible, ignored, the target of hurled stones and women's grimaces. Those who understand in the now are few, but those who understand in the past clog each generation of history beyond the value of any widespread reconciliation. You there, new seeker, An angry adjutant steps to your side, reaches into the hidden folds of your clothing, and seizes a little silver falcon hidden at the end of a necklace you've always kept close to your heart. Furious, he crushes the tiny bird between thumb and forefinger, then rips it free and casts it into the distances that stretch on through sky below. "We do not practice idolatry in the halls of Academe," he screams at you, loud enough for all eyes to turn and stare. All at once, all cross themselves, turn away, and bend to kiss the feet of the nearest saint's statue, murmuring prayers for your terribly tainted soul. Whispers that echo with divisions like loser, faggot, and infidel follow in the wake of their warlike prayers to peaceful gods, and the angry adjutant scribbles a meaningless, chastising fine on a piece of official paper, screams again. "Death to those who insult peaceful and elite Academe," he glares at you. "Here, all are bound by Parnassian law. Consider yourself lucky I didn't cut off your hand, or hang you in the square to be stoned for bringing an icon of faith to a place so hallowed and holy with reason as this." Lost, confused, unknowing of the ways of the world in the realm of air, you nod quietly and thank the adjutant for his leniency. Hurry the rest of the way across the bridge to the door of Great Parnassus, passing as you go a rabbi who crosses himself thrice and whispers, "Blessed be," pausing to kneel as instructed before a sign that says, "This sign proves that women have no souls because they are female." The door of Parnassus opens for you with greased ease, leads you into a space wide and open with the rarefied air and ivory light of polished halls that wander a temple dedicated wholly to the gods of Academe, a sacred labyrinth where the clouds run parallel, and carefully defended arguments stand as solid as the faces of a cardboard thoroughfare. A whisper names this as the fields of the elite, the forest of denial, and the guardian points out the shades that linger here, the strong shoulders of the powerful unquestioning, their fossilized uniforms, each an armor of souls, so white, pressed clean, but dark and boiling with the wispy anger and resolve of 1,000 fallen soldiers and a handful of charismatic politicians. Each shiny brass button of each pristine uniform seethes with the proud strength of the veterans of Academe, men and women whose limbs were cut and sold to finance their careers, were lost in wars of greater minds against greater minds. Each ink-stained blade echoes with the cruel shouts of old men never touched by war, and each cold muzzle of every shining regal rifle keens with the battle cries of children picked from the tree of life before the first kisses of manhood could touch their pale cheeks, fade the excited innocence of conquering and executing others for a price less heavy than momentary whimsy. "Many find their dreams here," the guardian whispers, and even as you look at the faces smiling commercial grins, from the pictures of alumni spanning floor to infinite ceiling, you see no dreams realized, only towering pinnacles of hope, of fake proof, pressed into sail-point stones, bricks chiseled bare-handed from the earth and piled high, piled one atop the other until they too disappear into the infinite ceiling, their ends wholly uncertain. In this moment, you are stuck with the notion that perhaps Academe stands not as a temple to learning, but instead as a temple of faith, because faiths are like languages. They shape the way we think. They are the lenses through which we view our worlds, the realities painted by our senses. Faiths determine who sees the miracle in random chance, or the random chance within a miracle. Catching the edge of your thoughts, your guardian draws your attention to a manifestation that is formed in the foot-worn hall before you. Dressed in rags and standing atop a shoebox, a man performs a miracle with a strand of DNA, gestures with a broken-toothed grin to a worn and empty hat upturned at his feet. "What do you believe you've seen?" He leans in, asks as you put a single shekel into the hat. "Did you see a miracle?" "I did," you smile. But instantly the man's features darken and he stuffs a strand of DNA back into his pocket. "There are no miracles," he grumbles, shaking his head and forcing the shekel back at you, turning his eyes away as you reluctantly take it back. "Only darkness." He turns back, fixes you with a sharp, hard stare. "Only finite calculations." He is a finite individual. The guardian looks hard at him, gestures. Watch as he turns. Your eyes follow the man as he huffs, grumbles, then moves, disappearing as he turns sideways, becoming visible again only as he is walking away. A two-dimensional man. "Photographs never lie," she adds, but only because they can never know the full truth. In a moment the man is gone, and the halls are full of feet again, seekers seeking dreams, believing, living their faiths. Lost among them, you look around, look for something familiar, a direction in which to seek your own dream. But in an instant you are swept up instead in the surge of the crowd, carried along, carried away. Like droplets lost in the current of an endless river, faces stream by, and the mouths that pass give you sudden direction. Ask if you have seen the lecture, if you have met the philosopher, the man whose nose and occupied lips strain for the horizon never realized. "He is the holder of keys," one mouth says. "See the lecture. See the path to eternity." There is no resistance, no other current. In moments, you wash up on the crowded shores of the lecture. Take a seat where you can see the philosopher as he shuffles and coughs behind a podium of light and theories. "Today I will give you a new key," the philosopher says. "Today I will give you the key that you need to progress. Today I will imbue you with the light of my failures." A fellow seeker looks down upon you from a nearby seat, shakes his head at your disheveled hair, your shaman's clothing. You are from a different world than he is, and in his eyes you are inferior, less than. "The life of a scholar is a lonely one," the philosopher begins. "And overrated," adds his squat assistant. Eyes take note of the short Philistine, swivel down from seats on high to cast disdainful looks at features that the gods of academe have taught them to equate with unrecoverable stupidity. The Philistine chews and pops his gum idly as the seekers point to his brows, comment, bicker and argue about how pronounced they are, as they compare this specimen to memories of features on the faces of archaic man. Is the Philistine a holdover, they ask? A throwback? No, he is merely Texan, someone notes, nodding in the fake and quiet acceptance of this unquestioned explanation. The students slowly return their attention to the philosopher, who waits in an aura of silver patience. In another instant the instant will be dust, as forgotten as an equally sustaining breath, seekers listening in the rapt sort of vegetable awe that only those who roam the halls of Parnassus looking for answers can effect. "It seems as if it were only yesterday that I was a seeker, much as you are now, as young and vital with the fires of life as the early philosophers I once studied," the philosopher continues. "But now I am old. The top of my beard and the crooked hooks of my toes conspire to topple me with every shaky step I manage. The modern age has left me in much the same way that philosophy has, near death, quiet, and in a steady state of decline. In the pause there is a shuffle, a shiver, and a quiet movement of feet. Several seekers close the blank pages of their books and leave, go to search for answers elsewhere. You look to your guardian, blink a little as you notice the way that the edges of her wings have begun to sparkle and fade, the way she has begun to blend in with the faces, the marble backdrop. Art is the meaning of life, both in the appreciation and the creation of the thing. The philosopher pays no attention to the seekers who leave. To him, they are dust in the wind, predictable losses that come with every crop painstakingly raised in the hopes of a flowering fruition. It is the voice in the choir, the singing of the strings of a violin, the color strokes of the painter, the scratches of the author, the way the sculptor works or the potter throws the clay, the way the performer works the crowd or the conductor works the orchestra. Art is life, and life is art. Television was invented because the people around us just aren't interesting enough. The fact that life gets more and more interesting day by day is proof that life imitates art, which in turn new art merely borrows, expands, exaggerates. Life is the only true cardboard thoroughfare. With a nod, the philosopher's squat assistant rings a quiet bell, then gestures toward the door. Smiling, the philosopher bows, offers parting words. Today you have gained a key. New doors lay open at your feet. Like a stream, the tide of seekers sweeps you up again, carries you within the tide as faces pour from seats and wash out into the halls of Parnassus, surging meaninglessly into zombie rooms of theory and opinion. Your schedule takes you elsewhere, and for a time has no meaning. For a time, all that is time, all that is you, all that is freeing and fleeting, and all that you take for granted becomes a blur. For a time, you spend your youth cataloging the dialectal differences distinct to the practitioners of Aud Haugenen, the number of times the word yea is used in a Durkheimian sentence, the meanings of the different inflections it could carry. For a time you move like a resolute sexist, drawing divisions and lines where none have existed before, painting contrast between those who say omega and those who say manga. For a time you are a face among the seekers, sometimes living, mostly lost. And when the Grobel hath receded from thy shores, you hear someone ask, words echoing across hallway walls, lost and desperate to be heard. There is no answer, nor is one ever expected. This is the face of true knowledge, the face of ignored conspiracy. The more you learn, the more you notice the seekers who tout their intellectual peacock trains in ridiculous dances meant to attract a one-night stand with prestige or respect, as if such flings could last, produce anything but unwanted papers to be fed and nurtured for decades, while all else slumps into decay. Like dutiful parents, some seekers give the papers they father their very lives, feed them straight from the veins of their arms, in the hopes that such young publications might become grand and respected articles some day, yet knowing all along that they are destined for lives of drawer abuse and citation, in the form of other one-night stands with other lonely seekers, eager to sow their own seeds of knowledge into the gritty, salty, sandy soil of a cruel and unresponsive establishment. The words of the crushed litter the floor before the trampled hands and marble skin of the corpse statue of a long-forgotten philosopher. The path of progress is littered with as many dead theories as purposely ignored ones. The establishment props up only what is needed to preserve itself. Be as you are, as we tell you to be, the bell chimes again. And like a droplet in a sea of seekers, you allow yourself to become a face. Move with the streaming river of students to listen to the philosopher's next lecture. Receive your next key in the wading among currents of subjective wisdom. Today I will give you a new key, the philosopher says. Today I will give you the key that you need to win wars, end progress. Today I will imbue you with the light of my successes. Like the fickle burn within the psyche when hate changes into love and flickers back again, you see the philosopher's walls fail in a moment of weakness, fall forever, opening fields in which his thoughts bear fruit to a crusade of right thought and proper action. I am old. I have fewer moments ahead of me than I do behind me. He hesitates, coughs. My grip on physical constants is weakening, leaving me to quiet wonder, constant fear. Where observable physical constants are observed to change, that is spirituality. But in the halls of Parnassus, the physical is the ultimate state line, the Mason-Dixon division of sense. Seekers whisper amongst themselves, a crackling wind through bare branches. When ideas give chase, we never allow ourselves to pursue deeper than that which we can sense, that which we can touch, taste, smell, feel, see, or most importantly, that which makes money. He smiles. Energy spent but not recovered is still energy spent. The law of the world and the wild is to not spend energy that cannot be returned, to not be the wolf who starves for his inability to capture rabbits. Beyond that, beyond the law of the wild and the world, a whole universe of invisible clockwork influences both wolf and rabbit in subtle ways. But neither cares. He smiles a weak, crooked smile. Wolves are too busy catching rabbits. Rabbits are too busy running from wolves. Neither has the time, nor feels the need to stop and ask why, even embrace the invisible, for but a moment, in the hopes of one day gaining some advantage. You are seekers, the philosopher sways. If the lecture has taught you anything, it should be that it is your duty to embrace the invisible where others do not. We are seers, all, and it is through our books that we scry, whether in the writing or the reading. It is through books that we explore the invisible, books that ask us what utopia is, what utopia is, why love is obscene in the eyes of the Lord of Love, and hate is so rampantly glorified in the words and creations of his followers. A single seeker rises from the crowd, raises a questioning hand. But is there glory in the invisible? He asks. Is there a means by which we can recover the energy we spend in search of invisible rabbits? Will they lead us to the bliss of gold? In truth, there is only one glory. The philosopher shakes, struggles. One means of eternal bliss. And like a keen axe, time fells him in that moment, drops him to the floor in sudden death. Seekers stare, take notes, wonder what elements of his death will be on the next test, whether to note the vectors or colors of hair as it falls, settles in around him like leaves. Disgusted, the squat Philistine assistant stomps out, vowing never to return or work for such a frustrating master ever again. but you alone run to help the philosopher, to hold him. Blank eyes stare back at you, reveal that in truth he had died long, long ago. Only months later is the philosopher replaced by the new philosopher. A philosopher whose generosity extends beyond the old model of peddling his own novels to his chained and starving students, only to instead peddling the works of his brother. In a coffee-house office choked with 1,000 nameless tomes by 1,000 nameless authors, a flood of seekers spend hard-earned shekels to purchase short tomes emblazoned with the face of a familiar niece, a niece mirrored 1,000 times as the echoing crescendo of turning pages rises behind it. Like sacred texts forced upon innocent natives, books are lifted, covers split, pages violated by the uncultured, vulgar minds of common men. Seekers, free of philosophy, who pick apart the words within an attempt to learn from them. Desperate for new fire, the seekers beholden to the new philosopher study the tome's stories, struggle to become them, to copy them in their own ways and languages in the hopes that seeds of their own short books might sprout one day and grow into mighty monetary beanstalks, capable of carrying terrified hands away from gas pumps and burger grills. You are a seeker. You sit among them, but you are one of the few who truly sees. The crack of pages is the crack of a self-flatulating whip, a flight so fast that no dust can gather until long after each of the parables constructed by the new philosopher's brother has been slogged through. At the command of this new philosopher, your unit, a gaggle of seekers lost on tides of experimental poesy, gather together the cobbled rifles of knowledge and hide in the trenches between pages, sights ever searching for ciphers, meaning. In this war, the new philosopher is your father, sure enough, as if a book written by a philosopher's brother might make that brother your uncle. Some seekers take the safest path, rise as academic Switzerlands and Spains, and refuse to comment on the work of the new philosopher's brother, not out of protest or the belief that the words therein conspire secretly to create some sublime meaning as yet beyond their simple comprehension, but because they fear for their future. The hash marks of disagreement that would surely appear on their records after even one misstep could destroy them, destroy their chances of being admitted among the priesthood of tomorrow's Parnassus. Even the gods of academe know that dreams are only for those that the hierarchy arbitrarily decides are deserving. To you, the parables of the new philosopher's brother are lessons of art, little more, though they carry the familiar movements of the lost, the seeker who wanders for the delight of wandering. In a way, it is a fresh approach, a far cry from the ivory shade authors that would pretend literacy and thought beyond Trimalchio's follies, by couching messages in the imagined power of third-era words, the foramen magnum, which carry such weight to the modern, and act as marks of status and intelligence to those who came before, while they, to the ancients, showed merely a lack of creativity, or need to elaborate or cloak in useless mysticism any idea beyond the presence of a big hole. But isn't that what all of learning is based upon? The guardian whispers, lips fading even as the words pass. Your own lips cannot move, cannot speak. Know the answer, but cannot breathe it for fear of shattering it, as if casting it into words would rob it of all meaning and value. Time passes with the tome, and soon you are lost in the labyrinths of the new philosopher, trading old memories for false ones. Texts give way to lectures, and the haunting words of the past bring you to Cthulian places. Blur mind to the sounds and words the new philosopher breathes as he ages, becomes a mirror of the philosopher that came before. In every instant that you contemplate the depths of his words, you recall similar words from the writings of philosophers like Borges or Granbois, the host of cold, false memories filled with damp basement boxes, alien shadows, viscous neon mutagens oozing from quivering syringes, trials suffered for someone's benefit. Someone, not you. And even if there be crystal towers on the moon, or faces and pyramids among the red sands of Mars, we are an ape ever in motion, a bundle of primate urges caught in a culture of denied desire. The new philosopher lounges back against the sleek leather of his coffeehouse chair, peers over the top of hipster glasses at the seekers he commands. We are not meant for greater things. We are not meant for equality or bliss. We are meant for the now, not the stars. Slowly, like the stirring of a damp, desired storm, realization comes over you that the knowledge of Parnassus is a swirling current of water in a cracked vessel falling ever toward the stones of a shapeless future. Graduation from the halls of academe is the only honor rewarded by a bayonet in the back and a shove out of the highest window of the highest tower. Knowledge, as any tool built to move, haul or shape worlds or men, ultimately multiplies and cheapens itself until it is little more than another instrument of intimidation that the short-sighted use against those too busy dreaming to be aggressive. You will be given no wings here, the new philosopher says. But you won't find wings anywhere else. And where can I find the woman I have seen in my dreams? You cannot help but ask, and all eyes turn to study you. You've outgrown the lecture. You're awakened to something more, something greater, and you know the only way to grow now is to command, demand, understand. In your eyes, the question comes meaningful, innocent, a real-world application of knowledge the new philosopher has surely gained from years of silent study. But in the eyes of the other seekers, the eyes that watch you, devalue you for your insolence, you can see only the shadow flickers of condemnation, hear the whispers of those who study your brows, your jawline, your ancestry, curiously turning over stones in the hopes of finding something Texan to highlight with cheap neon markers manufactured by the only hands that really know what it means to work anymore. No one cares what you want or what you dream about, the new philosopher says, taking a sip of his triple non-fat soy-sweetened caramel-salted chai mochaccino with extra foam. Now sit down and shut up before I force you to graduate. Part of you agrees, even tries to comply. But in the end there is only fire, only strength, and you pull up that strength inside of you like an androgynous god, father of a post-human race, caught between punk's anarchy and the porcelain flashes of old Roman nobility. For a moment You flare up in the lecture hall like a column of iridescent light, and the whole room notices you in your gold lapis perfection. But destiny has a cruel, if constant sense of humor. Before the respect your strength commands can stick, a filthy acolyte, lowest of the low, trudging mud at the basest level of the pecking order, someone with the kind of face you find on a person who prefaces their most important points with the word "der," drops you ignobly upon your face before all creation with the carefully wielded blade of a discovered typo. Tittering, the new philosopher draws his feet up onto the table he sits upon, hugs his knees, and strokes the sides of shoes that, if the money had been spent elsewhere, could have bought a starving family food for a year. A fat family food for a month. Your dreams are nothing. Dust. The new philosopher smiles down at you. Only the dreams of Parnassus are real and deserving of your aspirations. Shaken, but still resolute, powered by a long-kindled ferocity, you shake your head, choose to disagree. If consciousness, matter, and time are one, if dreams are an energy as real as reality, then some part of the woman who comes night after night to your dreams knows or dreams of you as well. It is will and intent, the sculpting of the greater soil whose roots flex to stitch you together. If all is mind and mind is all, then the energy of the greater reality can be tuned to frequencies that conspire to bring you together despite all odds and obstacles which may be present between you. Now, apply this to your writing. The guardian's words whisper through your ears. There is no glass wall. There is, you whisper back. There is always a glass wall. Only if you believe that it is there, she smiles. You are a shaman. In the same way that shamans of past eras secured good hunting through cave art, your art can bring into existence what is to be through your own interpretations of electrical reality, as it could and should be. Write the future, you ask? She nods, flickers away again. In the silence you hear the music of the spheres as they dance between phlogistonic layers, flatten and flow against the laws of post-millennial philosophers. And you know what you must say, the words that will reorient your future, attune you to the dreams you seek to chase. Give me the name of a human being who was or is so incredible that no one could find fault with them, or find some reason to call them a fraud, a hack, or a loser. You demand of your fellow seekers, rising in determined, peaceful protest. The cold eternity of immediate silence swoops in to fill the room. Wash out all else in your wake for a moment, until suddenly a chorus of broken, differing answers babbles into the liquid fray, throws forth the names of cruel saints or child-molesting prophets, celebrities and politicians, even a few voices claiming that they are the one perfect human in the eternity of time and space that all of humanity could use as a barometer of what decisions, what life choices were right and what wrong. Restored as an androgynous god rising from a post-human throne, you grin. Allow the cacophony to spread, soak into minds, force them into new vistas of awakening. That's it, you little bastard. You've just passed the class. The new philosopher stands, stabs you with a smoldering look and an accusing finger. Get out of my lecture. Consider yourself graduated as of this moment. Nodding, grinning, You leave the writhing chaos to brew itself to a draught of seekers again, and briefly you think that it must be the duty of philosophers to gather up the shreds of would-be conversation, slowly rolling it into a ball held together by breath and spit. Like the stores of an enormous dung beetle, the words each philosopher chooses seem condensed and compacted into a solid lecture about the hard and fast realities of a life that is never solid, never static, and distinctly different for everyone who lives within it, because all that matters in Parnassus or elsewhere is belief, faith. On your last day you find yourself sitting in the honeyed sun, amid the sticky sweet jasmine of flowers and birdsong, and in the moment you are struck by how much the bench you've chosen at random has become an abandoned way station, an ancient archaic stall bronzed by eager garden. There is no destination, no end, and the beginning hasn't started. Like a forgotten passenger, you wait patiently for a bus which will never come. Only the quiet, plastic rail song of a passing bicyclist and the rhythm smack of flip-flops moving to unheard music exert themselves on your reality. And when you finally leave, you know it is because you want to, because it is time, because it is necessary, because you still believe in the dream. The guardian manifests like glitter at the crossroads of the realm of air, and the signs beside the road read Spartan and Columbia, graffiti carved in wood, outlining them as the fire and the glory. Like a wisp, your guardian smiles, just once, just softly, as you ask where you will find the footsteps of your dream. Lost in a sudden wind, she doesn't answer, disperses as the vision of a goddess moves past her, dispels her, fills every sense with a dream memory as deeply cutting as silken mirror shards. I am an illusionist, this new goddess states, and you can see from the colors of the spirits that weave themselves into her garments and play games of hide and seek in her sleeves that this must be so. Dark eyes thresh as her smile spreads soft, alluring, and in that moment you see shades of the dream you've chased, shades of a caraway elegance, of a seraphic sorceress still in natus. In the moment, all fades to sudden clarity. In the moment, everything about her is exactly as you remember it from the dream. Hair shines that same color, spun obsidian thread that reflects the gloss and darkness of a midnight yet to come. Near her temples, light shines in brush strokes of faded gold, small touches among her hair that stand in contrast to the captured streams of night that cascade to her shoulders and down the supple curve of her back. She smiles as a finger of wind plays childlike through her mantle of midnight mystery, gently tussles the colorless lines to flickering wakefulness, and as your heart catches, you know you have found your dream. You know that in this moment the sun has opened for you. "Have I seen you before?" she asks. "You seem familiar. Like we might have met several lives ago." "We have never met," you smile, "except in dreams." The joy, the honeyed sweetness, softens the finality, makes the hard weight of destiny both sweet and expected. But there are no flowers, no whispered words of love, no feathers. The illusionist carries the light of the dream in her shards, and it is that light which you cling to, knowing with every cosmic string of your being that she is the woman of your dream. And like the sun, The dream has risen to fill your reality with its welcome light. Love at first sight is less than the feeling which courses through you. Complete understanding, at first waking meeting, is more akin to the light that lifts you, colors your world with rich, deep colors. "What is this place?" she asks, glancing around blindly. "All I see is dreams and sky." "This is the realm of air," you smile, and it is in that moment that you realize that she is not of science and academe, that she glitters on a frequency of reality that echoes with something more. Parnassus is as much a dream to her as she is within it. Only you can walk between your world and hers. "I have relatives in the city," you tell her, and the look on her face is hopeful, even though you know in your heart that the city changes family into outcasts, at best, distant friends. The single aunt and single uncle of your earthen tree, who left the fields of the realm of earth to settle in the quick heat of the city that rises from the realm of fire, do not see family as you do, but rather stare from beyond colored glass to dismiss it. Like ghosts, your father's siblings are detached from you, from the communal and all-inclusive body you refer to as family. They are not the kind of relatives who call or write, but rather relatives who exist only as shadows on the periphery of your consciousness. Like Sandrew's father, those who have left for the city have become ordinary bindmen, guildsmen of the establishment, who have never felt the soil of the earth on their hands, or grown beneath the trees for want of leaves and apples. In the eyes of your lost relations, you know that you will always be worthless, a mutter, a Gentile, a humorous, less than. That alone is enough reason to avoid the city. The dream is reason enough to live out your whole life there, each harsh stare a kind sun to grow under, in a world where illusions rise real among the lights of reality. Clouds, like silver lines edged with gold, float through her eyes as she looks at you, touches you, allows herself to be touched. Your ace in this hand of poker comes as the realization that you would do anything to gain and hold the dream, bind yourself and others, become the charlatan lawyer or poser laborer if it meant you could see her smiling eyes for another moment, another breath. Never once do you wonder whether it is greater heresy to indulge the I or the we. Who benefits is always the determiner, though in the end it never matters. "This is the dream," you whisper to yourself. "This is what I have been waiting for." Not even whispers float on the wind. Your guardian is nowhere to be seen. "Come," the illusionist takes your hand, fills your eyes with visions of succulent pepper steaks and sweet, dripping French toast, the pounding bass beat of unsung bands, the pheromone tones of the city. "Come." At the edge of the realm of air, a small tugboat, suspended among the clouds on a wind of joyous souls, waits to take graduated seekers to the city. Like a blind pilgrim discovering the road to God ever lays beyond the destination, you follow the illusionist as she guides you to the boat. A smile treks its way across your face as you watch the boat, take in its subtle details. For that ship, powered by willing anima, bears the name Blue Valkyrie, and carries the Minerva visage of your guardian at her prow. "Come," the illusionist says again, and full of the fires of burgeoning self, you mount the whitewashed gangway and make your way to the deck of the airship, rising between layers of clouds, finding yourself among many others who smile with the realization that they have succeeded where others have failed, or failed where so many others have so effortlessly succeeded. Books litter glass tables, titles echoing forgotten contents, asking whether it is better to lead or be led, defining success, defining failure, picking apart forgotten codes, and highlighting ways to move beyond them. "It's 'bout time you got here." The swarthy, white-swathed giant of a captain grins. "You're the last ones. Care to depart?" Nods come quickly, excitedly, and like an adoring crowd the other passengers gather on deck, smile at the captain, laugh and devolve into excited conversation as he breaks out pallets of thick lager and stale pretzels. "Demelch!" one of the passengers cheers, filling an icy mug, raising it to the sky. "Demelch!" the others echo, and then the sky opens up for the blue Valkyrie, swallows the tugboat, and carries it high with the scintillating firelights of spirits eager to see the city. Like an artist watchman, the captain of the tugboat saunters happily around the cloudy deck and throws bits of bread to the birds who rise up to meet him, sings snatches of forgotten songs. The spirits beneath the boat follow him in tune, resonating a hollow accompaniment as they work according to his rhythm, dance against the hull. "I will teach you the codes of Ansuz, the signals of Pethro and Thurisaz." The illusionist turns, and in the now she is staring into your eyes, her depths suddenly hard, dark, and fierce. These are the words in her eyes, the words of the path, but her lips never breathe them into existence. "I will teach you to look beyond the dualities and see the truth." And she kisses you there on the open cargo deck, and then you are crying, and your soul sees the spring reflected in the burn and milky earth of her skin, her lips, her eyes. New truths fill you, and you know that past the magic, the illusions, the whispering shards of silvered velvet, she is the listener, little red one of the plateau, pale and smooth-skinned raven Rebecca, with smile and hips to seize soul. Tears fill you, roll from you, and in winds from far below you catch the scent of kinky-haired cable vine, clinging to the edges of distant bald road, hanging wet, pregnant, heavy with seed so close to bursting that even the air sings its sweet sunlight prayers. This is where one Rome yields to another. You can almost hear the guardian whisper, where the wind drowns its illusions in the night, whispering quiet litanies, singing, "Bye-bye, empire, empire, bye-bye." The sun burns at the edge of the horizon with a Hagalaz flame, and in the distance a bell tolls, lighting the way to the distant city. "If you look for things," the bell cries, "you will find them." Chapter 3. Fire. Like fire, land spreads, opens itself to the tools of time and human artifice, the grinding forces that shave dirt and forest into plank and tile. Like fire, Like gears of fire, the hands of humanity shape the land with the approach of the city, raise glistening phallic towers to penetrate the sky, while the body of the city spreads out below them, surges across rolling, surging land, with all the bilateral symmetry of a pair of distended testicles, eager for touch, for movement, for new, familiar wetness. "Errol!" the captain calls, and as he swings his bulk from tie to tie, the spirits beneath the body of the boat slowly disperse. Let the blue Valkyrie down easily. Settle it through the clouds, through the smoke and sparks of the city. Like the hands of a god giving heat to the flickering flames of fire, the last spirits to depart leave the boat straining into the gentle cradle of a waiting dry dock. Leave that singular, open and receptive port filled, stretched against the ship's girth. Beside you, the illusionist strokes the skin of the hull, raises colors against hard, willing wood. Another salute. Another cry of "Damelsh!" and the captain drops the ramp, collects mugs from departing passengers. A bird flutters past, a cardinal carved from fire, and as you watch, follow the thin trail of smoke hanging in its wake, the illusionist touches your shoulder, ignites you from within. "Come," she says, "the city awaits." Clustered around the blue Valkyrie wait dozens of hovering airships tied into docks, their owners gushing smoke, picking pipes, pulling at fleece edges of brown leather jackets, showing teeth in aggressive, joy-shaded displays. You know the kind of men who tether their blimps wherever there's a party on, the kind of men who seek out the exotic, willing women who ply the burning railways of the city, bathing themselves in incense atop elaborate, chime-covered spice trains. The city is their Olam Haba, their Gehenna, their banquet of the selfish and the righteous, but none truly starve in the city, only find themselves lost or among friends, fed the joys they desire, caged as payment. This is where organic catharsis is held forever bound, teased to eternal edge by moist curves, silken lips. This is where the light erupts, dashes from the sun and splatters itself against the evolving workings of man in an eternal torrent of sweet pain, the gripping, involuntary surge before each endless release that never comes. Time flows unanchored. A professional bindman who sees herself above the working rabble borrows loudly, gathers and rebuilds in bright displays of pretended originality. Upon the streets, she is a Demeter of rust and oil, a steampunk sylph tending her garden of pipes, of steam, dials, and fire. Pride gathers only itself, leaves each greasy-fingered acolyte of infernal combustion lost in the tang of flying dirt oil, exactly as they are, as they have always been, as mechanical as the bones in your wrist, which still need to be snapped, yanked, and pulled to unpin the nerves that lay bloodless there. "Come," the illusionist urges, fingers your gaze from darker things, carries sense and mind toward brighter sparks floating through heat-lined reality. Eyes breathe beyond the moment, and as you take her hand you see that her soul is the center of a rose, wet and brilliant, a reflection of blood and fire. There is movement there, illusion, a mask, lights that mirage the truth, and spirit the facets of the guardian away through a hall of mirrors. Guardian. The thought is fleeting, a message in a moment erased as soon as it is realized, a pastel dream, watercolors washed away. Beside you, the guardian flickers like a shade, faded and silent, forgotten. She watches because she loves, but you do not see her, the memory of her, as shades of sand in tide, sometimes caught in flickers, no longer fully seen. In the moments when she flickers strongest, you notice only that her wings have turned from silver to gold, then from gold to cobweb, fluttering invisible at the edges of your eyes. Dreams of sex and fire are the only real dreams. The voice of the illusionist is smoke, hot, heavy against the ear. Lingering, mingling fingers fidget, draw, carry, lead, pull you forward, guide you into the ovular gate passage that leads into the body of the city, opens to a sprawl of fiery ceramic beyond a cervix of stairs, brick and flame. Above the gate, a sign cast in bronze, letters Bueno, Bonito, Barato, arches shining text over a spray of gold sprawled out beneath it, rough paint appending a messy borracho. Like molten tides, the glistening, naked skin of the streets surges, mixes and swells, gilded hands picking up sparks of self, in the same way that your grandma used to pick up chunks of coal along the railroad tracks that the homeless had thrown down to her on their steady chug toward Memphis. In the air comes the taste of the rage of young Winnocks, the taste of beer heavy in breeze, of broken promises against self-destruction, of living, of the blood of youth himself, anathema to all you have been, essence of the same all at once. Do not fight your youth. Age comes too soon, my son, a sage of the mind says, reaching out to touch your shoulder with a skeletal hand, to stop you as you shift to shy away from the scents, the heady mists of humanhood. The rocks in his voice crack his age, but the dirt in his soul spins silent, as rich and fertile as Nile mud, echoes of ages lost among earth, the surging cycle of falling and repeating seasons. This is where the truth lies, here, within the impulse twist of lost but found minds. With the illusionist, there are no lingering moments beyond those shared by hands, no replies, no protests or second thoughts. Every breath is a jump, every step a leap into flaming abyss, with a grin upon the lips, terror upon the heart. Keener than any blade or book, she teaches you insanity, imbues you with it upon the hell forge of shattered self, forges your shaft to be as hard as hers, as desperate and blood-seeking as her tongue, hands, hollow soul. Fiery skin sweeps around you, carries you, never lifts you, never comes between you, only leads you, casts you forward through every street and crowded crossroad until you reach a broad staircase which sweeps left to a terracotta bridge. Find yourself suddenly among blades again. As you move into the bazaar of swords, instincts come heavy, immediate, and you put on an Ishoy facade, force suave and debonair, your hands nervous behind you. But the cartoon caricature doesn't hold, doesn't last past a few looks, and friendly hugs less sexual than lusty glances. The wall of the assumptions of the eternal unloved is easily torn down, but builds itself again with immediate ease, finds its quickest stones, its strongest mortar, in the evidence of bricks that don't fit, the too smooth or too broken bricks of gows and swanglers, of Latin technophobes and butch, red-headed women whose wide mouths display their soft petals for everyone but you. The skeletal sage speaks again, whispers silver smoke of memento mori, at the edge of your ear, urges you further into insanity, further from wholesome earth. "You are young," he says. "Now is the time to risk mistakes." Surrender comes as automatic as movement. Like a gust of hallucinogenic breath, you lose yourself in the pulse, the pound of gathering skin. You gain heat in the way the rhythm drops, leaves you shivering with deeper notes that you feel in your center, in your focuses, your chakras. The high notes of speech, of dance and spice breath strike you angelic, lodge barbed tones of infant happiness that speak of innocence, love for a world that still hides behind a white and shiny lens, frosted with hopes you don't know yet, as the fractured and broken parcels that will rattle as they drag themselves through your adult mind. If you're a child, the sounds which clatter through the bazaar are gold, but in the ears of an adult, the notes play between the dustier walls of forgotten days and speak tarnished silver through memories meant to be shared, possessed, retold. The learning curve here is as sharp as emotion, the priests of self dancing as purveyors of passion, not like the mechanics of wisdom who crouch in their high towers, assembling gears and cogs of facts before taking them apart again in an endless cycle of retention. The spirits of art splash past in a cacophony of color, spray scintillating hues across your cheeks, your clothes, beckon you with poetic brushstrokes to mingle with them in the human highway. Like sprites, they run paint in flowered forms that take root in your shoes, grow from the creases in your pants. As one they call, but their interest in you is as fleeting as the moment, gone as the illusionist reaches for you, enfolds you with silken hands. Singular, one honeyed finger traces the lines of your lips, draws them, connects them with the illusionist's, and leaves you fully burning, a pyre of two come to blossoming against the smoke-feathered sky. In that burnished bronze gold of shared, childlike joy, a color rises that rings and echoes with all the sweet, tinny notes of an angel-born bell in the clumsy hands of a giant born of brimstone, and in that moment you know that the forge is home to many demons, even those coal-black dogs of the past that are yours and yours alone, screaming your name as they beat flames with ink and words. "Come," the illusionist says again, "walk the streets with me." Swords line every wall as you descend bleeding stairs into the burning bazaar. Follow the lips and eyes of the illusionist through ropes of hot skin, skin like fire, like burning copper, red gold. An igneous current rolls under each word, breathed within the walls of the bazaar, magmatic, dangerous where hands and tongues tread too close to it. And as you walk, you notice that every hand around you strokes a bare blade, not in anger, but in anxious lust. No blood is ever drawn in anger within the bazaar. Passions are saved instead for the carnival of the flesh, the festival of blood. "The festival of blood," the illusionist whispers reverently, her breath heavy with desperate passions, womb-deep needs that nest and hunger in the pit of the belly, eager to be quenched by a dash of spirited white gold, eager to take satiation from given soul and breathe life into lifeless blood. Touch is the universal tongue, and in the now there is nothing between you and the illusions, nothing to protect you from what you want. Come, come. 6 gates pass before the bladed streets give way to the dark and fire of the festival of blood. 6 gates before the specter of the sun becomes shaded, a fire in the fog of far-off, encroaching night. In that abyssal, crawling heat, in that cinnamon darkness, violence and bloodletting are no longer held in check. Blades are spun into supple, waiting skin, in shows to impress the women who mingle in that holy blood, scream its virtues in cries of burning ecstasy. Like a sprite of night, like a flaming sylph with spirit wings of flayed skin and sticky crimson, the illusionist becomes one with the scenery, pulls you into hot meat until you are as one in the burning, dusky, midday, midnight revelry. In this ragged carnival of spittled blood and the fierce, stiletto-sexual screams of the stricken, babies sing a duet which paints pain into the sky, bleeds from hard tile, and sticks the mind with nails of need. You pass a staircase of layered concrete cake, where two men are screaming at each other, layering flesh upon flesh, as each accuses the other of padding media with political symbolism, the subtle brainwashing of those not interested in reality, senators of solitaire paid to become haunches meant to order those who are not. The spirits that weave them, dance among them, jump into the flames with all the grinning fervor of Cathars, eager to be consumed by the fires of faith, to feel love in that crackling heat, and perhaps that is why there are forgotten tribes in the distant corners of the earth, to whom fire is the heart of God, why fire is a prison to some, and the essence of life to others. Here, now, the fires spat between men for the sake of men span only the frequencies of the self, the unseen light of waves in a pool to which we are merely an insect. High above the street, a bearded man winks and waves from a battered window the color of a desiccated orange. His eyes are blue, and in them you can see the negative of this entire sanguine wilderness. But in a flicker of flame he is gone, and only the pitted and carnal color of the window remains. Only the street and the movements of the flesh remain, led endlessly, as if by some flaming, sin-fathomed sigil, a mark of welcome hell leading the horde from the hills and into the brazier belly of the beast, where they sacrifice themselves willingly upon the altar of a drunken god called youth. "This is my graduation from sense," a masked man cries, flinging his hat into the air as his mother walks him downstairs, stained with the wax blood spilled from burnt effigies of Academe. "I am a healer. I am in love. I can heal. Belief is all that separates the sick from the strong." This is the birth of chaos, the moment where anything believed by the mind is both possible and utterly impossible at the same time, where you know that you have the power to bring things into existence, to create merely by being, observing. Like sand, dancers mix across fiery tiles, a mix of time, mind, and matter into a chaos that proves all are the same. Nothing is truly different. In the street, a man rises whose voice roars fire, and a raven dances across his shoulders, eyes crusted forever shut, its own voice utterly alien in the ear of the mind as it whispers, "Leipzig." In the street, a parade of superheroes rises, a guild of comic ink cast in skin and spandex led by men garbed in the elaborate costumes of the mob's favorite gods, Bacchus Extremus and Priapus Magnus, each with effigies of the muses dragging along in the mud behind them on leashes of rusty chain. This is the opening, the point in which the music of the blood rises and swells, takes life from the dancers and spews itself across tile and sky. Like a tide, dance and fire surge and rise to collapse into the throes of the festival of blood, and all around you the skin of the living glistens with the waters of life, steals soul in glances, grins. The ground pulses like the knot of an eager heart, alive with passion and power, the living ludi rising and falling, an insangation, inquisition of screaming passion, and even the sound which explodes in the streets like a burning bundle of bursting bocales is shades of blood and fire. Feathers fling sweat in lapis chrome beads, charge the heady scent of life into a night pregnant with throbbing music. This is the frequency of youth, the rise-fall waveform of virile lust, eager beauty. There is no word for death here, only separation, and even then only as a change between states, a means to yield to new lusts for others, caught in the drunken orgy of rampant youth, as he dances over a cascade of breaking grapes like a wild Bacchus caught in a mad fever. The only blood is the spilled wine of the earth, the hot fuel of youth's pursuit, the catalyst of the festival, the breath set loose into the fires, the bellows lungs of life. In the street all is blood and fire, the dancing blades of razored souls moving with elven, wraith-like grace, shifting, dancing to the music of movement like bits of chromed glass. Ragged, sharp, each cuts with the bite of youth, the citrus spray of life's urges and needs. The festival of blood burns as hot against the skin as coals caught in muscle, a deep heat throbbing beneath the feet, tempered by the rhythm of your heartbeat. Come, the illusionist whispers, tongue catching your ear. Youth leaps and catches the arm of a chariot, pulls himself up and against the sinuous chest of a warrior, then bends him over, mounts him like a podium, raises a frothing, dripping glass like a chalice of light, a lantern to the mosh pit masses. There is no fool like a fool who don't know when to stop, Youth laughs, and his tones echo the spinning movements you've read before in yourself. Denied, fought, given license to, struggled with, subdued. And like the singing wind, the laughter of bits of glass or fire-drunk vampires, we dream as we mingle with the flesh. He raises his glass higher, light slopping from the cup, spattering blood, skin, and street with glistering gold. We dream, we see, we breathe, we blood! All across the festival, hands shoot skyward, arms surging erect before the dark depths of the red dusk sky. The cry is taken up as a chant, a hymn to youth and the gods of fire, to flame-haired goddesses of allure whose depths call to quench hot iron, gather the stuff of new gods in a grinning apotheosis of quivering hands, the scent of eager skin. Now is the summer of a deeper spring fever, a hungry, desirous ovulation of the soul that reaches beyond self and fights to infect others, makes flesh willing, pliable. Tension rises, tension of the skin, the rush of energetic magnetism drawing meat to meat, sweat to sweat, guiding lips, mouths, blind eyes to blind eyes. One by one, the flesh of the street take up the call, exert themselves in orgasmic cries, lips wide, teeth bare as mouths manage the words, "We are, we are, we are, we are." Amidst it all, you stand as a seed, at once considered and at once separate. The eyes that notice you as pliable also label you inviolate, involatile. The eyes that notice you see only the obligations, the duties, the scaffolding cut to build a house of brick and clay around you. Never look deeper, never consider the heat just beneath your skin, the sweat that seeks release from teasing, from illusions, from the walls even you have built against chaos, against fire, against the hymns of youth. If I were to wear your skin, an illusion speaks, reaches out to caress your cheeks with fingernails of light and sound. I would carry your monster to the flesh pits, dip and surge within every willing hollow and socket until the drippings run red, the skin peels, gathers infections like children. I would make of every instituted mind a mother of one, sow seeds of reason among every viable field of crazy, and retire with a cocktail of pharmaceuticals to a desert island of disease and shuddering, hardly restrained pain. In this you see no threat. Illusions still come as the good-natured lights of dreams, their words only offensive to those who cloak themselves in hubris. To be desired is to be loved. To change is to love unconditionally, is to succeed where so many others have failed. Like a child, you smile at the illusion's words, knowing, despite all evidence your later soul will find to the contrary, that they come from a dream of love, the dream of love, and whisper your own tones. If I were to wear your skin, you say, and as the illusion parts, wisps away beneath hands that cradle phones like cheeks, you kiss the air, know it is the face of the illusionist, the sought but found dream. I would never leave the fields. I would bury my hands in the earth and play with wet mud, gather mounds, caress the tools of love and lust until all are spent, lay quiet and empty of desire. Were I to wear your skin, my hands would be blistered with the work of love. My days would fall devoted to the silent, solo labor of the flesh, the satisfaction of deepest needs, ever rising from beholding beloved beauty. Your sweetness dispels the last of the glass illusions with a light seen as too saccharine to endure. Promises unmade move across quiet minds, fears of ownership, of possession, of love. Quietly, the illusionist withdraws for a moment, gives pause in the opening of an alleyway, leaves you separate from the festival for a cooling ember's breath. When you wait on the corner of Edison and West Tesla. Walk where Odom and Esker approach at meandering angles and run parallel for a while into the crimson sky. Will they ever meet? Or will they run on beyond the star-crowded dusk and the dirty desert town which crouches against the horizon, side by side forever, only joined by bisecting lanes of little cobble like Hutchinson or North Hastings? You know that even when it seems that you know that you know, you know that you may never know. You walk other roads, though a part of your innermost self knows that even these streets, these questions, and the grand vistas of fire and sense that are their domain, will eventually fall away. Only the woman of your dream is constant, a beacon even when distant, a lighthouse brighter than any cadmium flame, encapsulated in pain, which guides you, Kanaz. Come, the illusionist says again, shorn of your sweetness, bare and wild again, hungry for liquid life, ready to gather it from the tip of your light, from others in the flicker moments you spend separate. I walk blind, you grin. I trust always in the movements of my illusionist. You are a fool to take my illusions for reflections of sight, she says, but you hear only light, only love, the echoes of solid tools against concrete foundations. Any doubts that rise you quash, knowing that you are powerful, that you can achieve anything, fly in the face of reason on wings carved from the double-edged swords of belief and generosity. Caught in the press of flesh, the fires of the festival, the flying blood spilling from the cup of victorious, libidinous youth, you can only breathe illusion, pull truth from the eyes of others in the same way that those who cannot draw from the earth must take the energy from others, from the flesh and soul. Hate not the vampire, for they are not evil. Hate not the self that can feed only upon the truth of others. Those who take to receive are merely different shapes in the waves of the source. They are circles, ovoids, while all others rise within the timeless eventual past ocean of spirit as pyramids, squares. Even shape is an illusion, youth shouts, and the flesh of the streets cheers back in return. We all draw, we all take, we all give, we all share. Because nothing is truly separate from anything else, the Guardian whispers, and for a moment you feel her hand catch the faded fringe of a tattered memory. But the moment is fleeting, soon lost. A feather caught by a draft, pulled into the vortex inferno of a distant, cloud-spun sky. In the flicker, you search for her, but only the smile of the illusionist echoes back in the darkness where you search. Right now, the illusionist is your all, and as you coalesce against her, within her, give yourself fully to her. All notions of the Guardian, of glass walls, limitations, earth and air fall away. The moment is fire, and like the blue-white core of self you burn, scream steam into the roiling boil around you. She is your goddess, and even as such, even as all divinity bears the stamp of man, you know in the worshipping that this fact never makes anything so created any less real. Come, the illusionist whispers, the silken edge of her tongue tracing sweetness across willing skin, exploring, questing, seeking. Torn down, you fall into her lingual love. Surrender yourself to it. Let it blind you to the edges of darkness, still so bright beneath the obsidian guard you've built upon it. Her tongue is your all, her body your universe. Worshipping is an act of traded tongues, of shared skin, mingling blades of twisting hair. In the now, you convince yourself that the worship is shared, that divinity seek the favors of man in the same way that man seeks the assistance of the divine. Some gods are selfish, a reveler squeaks, chuckles. In her eyes, in the curves of her fiery mask, you catch edges of excitement, the lust of one for death, for oblivion, for materialistic, militaristic nihilism. This one's veins burn with the blood of barley, just as all their veins do, and as she runs a teasing hand along your skin, falls apart into sparks that dance among the haze, you realize that fire is their only master, that they serve it with all the passion and devotion of lovers lost in a golden moment of sealed hearts and flame. Come. The passion is impossible to deny. It seizes and pulls, consumes, and then you are left alive, flying, swept up in the hot current of air, suddenly glowing, heaven-bound, blinding, free. The fires of the sparks, the fires of illusion are not the fires of gentle Ares, the McBride playful flames which cascade along in the wake of a wheeled grandfather. These are the vicious and hot flames which scar soft, youth-lost swanglers, leave the face, the hands, the soul forever marked, forever tenderized for those brash enough to brave them. Like stars caught in dusk, the sparks fall, and as they fall, they follow your breath, fill your senses with fire. Track heavy little lights down your throat and into the belly of your soul. Coughing fire, you feel a change coming over you, rise through you, and for a moment you realize with sudden iridescent aging that you have become your father. Or rather, as you take the illusionist's hand, you realize that, charged with this new and blossoming shadow, you have become hers. Hidden in illusion, you realize your role, realize what she seeks, what she desperately needs, what she hides, the weakness and the hollow that she would never voluntarily reveal. A cat watches you from a battered balcony, and in his eyes you can see the glow of Aztec spirit burning through jungle hues. Space itself seems to enfold him, move within him in waves of Klein and Mobius, to border and shadow him like a chord within the cosmos. And, you decide, he carries his mantle well. Transfixed by his stare, you see his forward utterances as spiraled light, slow, echoing words broached in the air, forward and yet blank of meaning, cries that demand and announce intention all at once. Come. The illusionist gives way to illusion, as the one-sided goddess you've crafted from your own glass grabs you, fills you with light. The love she breathes into your soul with every fast kiss is smothering, a sweet your body aches for, each blast delivered faster than you can swallow. Her hands close across your being, draw you in, deeper this time, so deep that you nearly black out in the planting, and suddenly you are caught, trapped, hot-boxed into existential summers and the yoga mats of fan vampires who shape-shift werewolfen to suit their moods. Suddenly you are caught in the web nets of a bathtub kelpie, drawn down and drowned in fire, each time so close to losing the whole of reality in the surging needs of the moment. Over and over again she plays you like a syringe, takes and takes and takes, and with each take you give freely, do as you were built by life and machine to do. You are a tool and a toy, a fantasy of spun illusion, delighting in illusions through a shared illusion. Even the illusionist, though she thinks she holds all the strings of the game, has become, through lust, a victim of her own shadows. Youth cries out in a fermentation-fueled beergasm of life-lust, and becomes alone the burning echo of each sensual fire of the flesh, to ignite and flare within the skin of the streets. Driven by succubian urges, the illusionist yanks you from the crowd and into a narrow press of bodies between lines of terracotta. Alleys give way to alleys, and then the dancers, the hot and moving blood flags of the night, give way to thinner streets, shadows where hot, singular lust can flare up hidden, ravage in desperate shouts, and die again and again on the screaming release of orgasm. The illusionist howls as she runs, hands shaking as she rips your clothing like flesh beneath biting teeth, heats air as desperation drives her to take you, desire you, scream for you. A man with his finger dipped in blood catches you, tears you away from her, paints the rune of Pethro across your forehead, and pushes you back into the fray, back into youth's sweat-slick rush of animal need. The illusionist is there instantly, alive with an Inga's fertility, but the rising tides of flaming hands and minds carries you both into a heat that only Hades, as master of doors, and his sweet Persephone, with a vial of sacred absinthe, could carry you away from. These are nights of wild sex on couches, in bathtubs, the glistening elegance of the smooth ball head and shaft plunged into the silken folds of orgy until the hot release begged by boiling youth that is hard to restrain, that leaves you screaming her name as you pull yourself from the open door of your would-be prison to let her seize you, drain you, draw strength from you like pulling the thick essence of life from the world through a quivering straw. This is where the soul stops, where eyes meet eyes meet eyes, and hands roll and pick liquid at the edges of clothes, pulling and bunching, kneading and tearing, gasps drawn, stolen as flesh melts into flesh. You're conscious of every moment of the act, measure move against move, a parade of responses in the quest for singular satisfaction. Hers. Every moment finds you lost, heaving as a dog does when he shits in the hot grass, shaking and desperate for release. Every moment finds you lost, a cat with rubber-banded testicles, desperate to darken the future, to throw away in a field of the insane all of the light so diligently worked for. Come! Need is a river, a body of emotion and passion with a pull all its own. When the fire burns so hot that there is no smoke, only heat upon heat upon heat, only the hungry crimson of the burn and the flickering phlogiston. It stirs in the air like a prophet, like hands shaking Reiki, where the rigid and rigorous natural mechanisms of the physical world merge with the subtle star breath of spirituality, where they move as one toward the same inexorable goal. You feel the movements of need strongest, feel the desperation, the steady, deep-felt pull of women who admit their only fear is to die without ever having had a child, drops heavy within the center of your soul, opens itself as a creature both terrifying and beautiful, wanted when every knot instinct cries out that its silken petals should be shunned. In a perfect world, you would be sire to all, father to none, savior of every finger-opened flower of desperate, hungry life that cries out to be stretched, plumbed, filled. This is the festival of blood, the cry of fire, the surging ebb and flow of reason and instinct, of emotion and flesh need. This is where fact mixes with the lunacy of cracked pots and backwashes into the greater reservoir of reality again, comes back forever burned by loss, pregnant with pollution. Within the sweat of your skin, the illusionist arches her back, cries out again and again for the foxfire which rises within you, so close, so very close, a verdant bullet aching in the barrel of an animal gun. She wants it. She is the jungle, the non-virgin saint, the modern Eve of a modern age, when the modern God commands she do everything but go forth and multiply. But the illusionist doesn't follow that God. She doesn't take anything modern with any scent of value. She breathes alive, more alive than the sparks or the dancers that burn amidst fiery movements on the street. She builds her house of heathen stones, paints glyphs on walls of flesh with running blood, runs naked through moonlit woods and mates with wolves in the darkness. At your touch, she will do anything to carry the pearl of the seed that dances within you, urges you into every coulée and riposte, urges you to lust, to need, to dance to the strings of drunken youth as he stands atop his podium of flesh, soaks his garments in liquid sin. She is the pitcher plant that is ever open, ever hungry, and as she rolls her wetness and bucks the curves of her love to better receive your light, you wish for the erection death spoken of in hushed hallways and showcases of the bazaar. Wish that the death the flesh is so willing to embrace and bring about in multiples as violent as time will permit. A real and physical death might follow, instead of just a death of the soul, the self, and all that makes men from the minerals of a social husk. Come! The release is too sweet. The gun fires, silences the future, gives to the self-made goddess the prize she so zealously seeks. Flesh quakes, youth's frothing cup upends as he raises it, splashes grinning revelers with a wash of the heat they desire. In a single rushing tide, the foundation of time is cleared, left cold, the streets washed to the bone of concrete void. A voice calls out, screams ecstasy amid the current of the cup, and deep within the flesh, a rush of deadly, terrifying movement cascades toward its target, splashes and coats every surface until all are left sticky and satiated, seed scattered among plowed fields amid a rainstorm that virtually assures at least one will take root, grow and spread like a patch of pernicious weeds, like father and mother. Milking movements assure the victory, rout scents on the back of the diabolical grin of a hungry executioner, leave the victim gasping for air in an ocean of deadly honey. There is a spirit here that won't be broken, the illusionist whispers, and for the first time you see her true face. See her as she really is. The hollow hunger, the schemes etched across skin like scars. In her flesh she holds your future, holds it captive, delights demonic in the games she has bound you to play, delights demonic in the knowledge that she has taken from you all that you carry which is of value to her, left you with nothing, no reason to do anything except exactly what she wills. The dance ends here. The illusionist's words come like sweet death, trickle down into deadened ears to a numb mind lost on the viciousness of the movements and thievery of your one and only guiding light, the dawn which you have followed to the horizon for so long. Now, at the edge of the festival of blood, the music swells, then quiets as the crowd falls away, falls as spent husks washed in the sweat and blood of a fire already fading into dim coals. Light flees, spreads itself to thin lines and disappears, leaves you cold, leaves you with only the memories of love to keep your skin from turning to ice. Lost here, lost like a never-born child, a never-forged family among the blizzard of this new future. The dream dies alone. The illusionist is the only soul standing upon the stones of the light-empty and blood-washed streets, the only beacon glowing fat with a fresh infusion of stolen soul, of self freely given and wholly taken. Like waste yanked, pulled to disposal, she drags your rotting corpse of self to the midden of the sea, drags you by the hair along the long, stretching brickwork of the city's only wharf, sets you up at the edge, and takes the last drops of life from you in a final gesture of non-love. Within your mind there are no movements, no words, only that endless numbness, that endless loss, that endless silence. We are non-physical energy, exerting ourselves upon denser physical energy, she whispers in your ear. No one wears only a single face. The masks of self are many and varied for every soul. The waves of the endless cold ocean reach up to receive you as you fall, a drained husk used up by vampires of passion, and tossed from the hot and bloodied highs of the city into the darkness far below. Empty, the last thing you see are her eyes, the eyes of the illusionist, the shattered dream, shattered face of a shattered life. Chapter 4. Water. Even as you fall, even as the great ocean reaches up to swallow you, you do not scream. The currents scream for you, and the voice of the sea is rushing ice. Lost in a deluge of sensation, hovering, hanging, tossed and thrown from one reality to another, there is no direction, no motivation, no means or movement but those that belong to the sea. Fire has stripped away the sweetness of innocence and left you staring into open gulfs of unchartable, lonely possibility hanging as bloated corpse vistas all around you. Terrified, gripped by an illusionist's uncertainty, your skin becomes a shell for your core, and like a shell, it begins to crack. Edged, burrowing through frozen water, shards of laughter rip at you, break through your skin, rip flesh, cut you open, bleed you into the sea. But it is the first cut that is the deepest. Bloody, cruel. That first shard yanks itself away, and across its mirror face you see the dream features of the illusionist, her lips forming the words of a vicious song as she cuts a cake meant for you. All around her, vampires grin vicious through fiery flames, taunting, "We dream, we see, we breathe, we blood." Like ravens, they caw on and on into the depths, laughing through the smoke of wasted days, the utter surrendering to the spirit world, all that is not madness, all that is not wild, untamable form. Like scintillating fish, they encircle you, wrap you into a labyrinth of shattered mirrors, and in every watery shard you see the face of the illusionist. Like a child, you call out to your guardian, but there is nothing. No one hears, no one comes. Being deserted, even the memory has deserted you. Time sinks, and in a moment even the light of the distant dying sky is forgotten. In a moment you drift beyond the reach of those swimming razor shards. Drift, gather your loose-fitting, butchered skin, and become a nodule of pain caught in the womb of a night-wind reality of silent water and silent darkness. In a moment, you are the dew upon the shivering wind, the tear frozen upon the silver eternity before the promised dawn. You are empty, and in emptiness you collapse within. The ocean is the mother of silent tears. She understands sadness, knows the pain of change all too well. Rain knows the shape of a tear, traces the same fluid lines down cheeks, but it is the ocean that is made of tears, and even as she wraps herself around you, you wonder if she is welcoming you back into the embrace of your own primordial mother, or whether she is merely welcoming the tears now, too eager to linger on your eyes and cheeks into new depths, depths as blue, as mysterious as Neptune. Like soft, nursing hands, her waves caress pain into a dull haze, carry you gently deeper, lay you down in a drifting bed of sea foam, where the stories of illusions and vampires of passion are softened, their fangs returned to teeth. In the shadows of your cold malaise, a distant rinker finds your hand, stumbles you through this, shows you the depths, and advises you not to go there. But your poet's heart ignores him, finds a certain amount of brilliance in darkening depths, in deep gulfs of cold depression as blue as Andra, as wet as tears. In moments, his past is an echo of your future, but the warnings of guides are often ignored by those who have yet to walk the same path in indifferent shoes. So far from rarefied air, this fourth philosopher speaks in water, comes to you in letters, an Aquarius beyond pyroclastic iconoclasty, who calls himself Langsam, and echoes your inner Ogden both in father and son. These are the symbols of fate, you realize. Another sharp, timid, powerful, shy soul whose own prophecies work backward in time, bounded by notions of time, bounded but no less influential. I have walked these streets. He points, indicates lanes of water and bubbling air that rise off toward some snow-capped Atlantis of theory and mass effect, but the lanes of the letter run through a different darkness, run parallel and sideways, meander in circles and spirals, flirt with sense, and then dive back to nothing in the instant of a sudden, more critical glance. Art is science, and science is art, but both diverge suddenly where the eye meets the walls of perceived logic. Hands touch, fingers glancing, impacting, half-battling in the mock sword lessons of master and apprentice. And then he is gone, afloat again, a Wills, a Phillips, a lost image, a shadow of a memory, leaving only the shreds of a richer life in his wake. Waves give way to waves, and give way to waves again. Currents within currents spill, each colder than the next, each deeper line darker, frigid in the approach toward shivering stagnation. Color leaves for more fertile waters, kinder minds blessed with kinder lives, lives that exist only in the minds of those on the outside looking in. Here you settle into a place more ice than light, more dark than definite. Here the spirits hang lazy and quiet, uncertain, lost. Everything takes on the texture of flat, seems to lack the depth that it once had, the depth that you sense is there, but know you can never feel again in skin so loose and shattered. Songs scroll past in faded whispers, like colored dream frames, haunt your eyes like primaries, politicians hawking their wares from the backs of books they've never written. Waves give way to waves and give way to waves again. Streets more currents than stone spill, each colder than the next, each wandering line softer, colder in the approach toward the quiet. Here you step upon the abandoned streets of the sea, the currents of water reality, take root for a moment where time surges like the roll of wheels through sand, over rain-wet stone. Here you glimpse a sign amongst the gentle currents that reads, "These are the waves that take us, that roll through us and leave us broken or replenished. These are the soulful tones of the sea, the cries which rip us, tear us, and build us up anew. Foam on water walls dashed against shore, pulled back, cast, drawn, sucked into the body of the sea. We are souls in flow, water, lost, found, shells of shells, never lost, never found." In the waves you catch the notes of music again, songs that ring iridescent through the mirror shards of memory you cradle in your butchered hands, songs that leave wind chime music in their wake. Currents carry sounds, and led by their reflections you wander onward, feet finding time-rounded stones on a path to a wide pavilion of sweeping Neptunian curves. Fractured in the distance, a voice echoes up out of the pavilion, brings eyes to the scattered flotsam of an eclectic band of mythic figures cast in grunge garb. The lead singer is a leprechaun with class and sunglasses, the backup a minotaur gathered in flannel, and the song they sing is called Emptiness, the rhythm kept by a one-armed gorgon beating an empty jug with a hollow bone. The look on his face is one of resignation, and even as the invisible harlots gather and leer at him, he does not smile back. Song comes on the back of a wet guitar's rolling slap, on the back of sandy chords snapping against a seashell ivory fretboard, and the words of the song tell the tale of an old man who lives at the bottom of a blue ocean oblivion, of a physical depth so deep that even the phlogiston of the soul could never rise to the surface. Doubt is a prison, the leprechaun sings, and the minotaur baritones power into his words. Oh, doubt is a prison, an energy that layers heavily on the mind, and kills the powers of those you doubt, even at a distance. Yeah, yeah. Be the knife and rise above, be the knife and rise above, the Gorgon chants, finishes sentences with fragments of stone-fractured words. Become the dream, learn to be, learn to do, do-be-do-be-do. Like a child you ignore him, ignore the words, the meanings behind the sounds. Let the song become a song only of emptiness, of the cold feelings that rattle inside you like razors in a little leather sack. Sweet pain, you create your pain, the leprechaun sings. But even now you ignore him, turn inward, find those shards of the illusionist, reflecting the face of the guardian there. Difficulty is the only true goal, but that's never been your stance or your destiny. Quite a showing tonight, the leprechaun says as they finish the song. Showman-like, he gestures toward the non-existent audience, the bubbles and shadows that sit where cheering crowds should, the lilting leaves of tattered seaweed drifting in cold currents. Eyes like glittering isles of green and gold slide up to yours, meet and linger over a spreading grin, a beard as conductive as copper wire. Drift on down here, he says, gestures to you, makes the motions of undersea movement in the pause of music. Like a vagabond spirit, a castaway of self, you float, wander, slowly descend to the stage. The Minotaur looks on you with cold eyes, and even as you lose his gaze to find the Gorgons, the drummer refuses to look at you, refuses to meet your seeking stare. Here, the leprechaun hands you a sphere of latex as you approach the stage, and tells you that it is filled with water freely given from the heart of the sea. Hands strike a chord, a tone that ripples through the water, ripples through your innermost light, jangles the shards the illusionist has left within you, shards you've kept by choice, refused to acknowledge that it was you who chose to do so. Drink it, he sings, and as you squeeze open the nipple and dribble the gift against your thirsty lips, it reminds you of cool earthen summers, as far from you in time as the land of your birth is in the reckoning of footsteps and men. But not all is sweet. Not all brings solace. A bitter blossom of something that reminds you of the sweet and passionate worship of the illusionist comes on the currents of memory too, ripping you apart from within with memories. Images of her face morph forgotten, lost, all too clear and all too easily forgotten, overlaid with flickers that could be your lost guardian, could be, couldn't be. Memories of the illusionist's moans, her supple flesh, the gentle liquid swaying of her seductive breasts catch in your throat. Memories of skin as smooth, as cool and delicious to the touch as sweet cream. And as you choke on them, you realize that she is the eagle to your Prometheus in every way, the spike driven through your palms over and over again, twice realized, perhaps more. It's just a broken hot sun. The leprechaun sings a sort of solace into your heartache. This pain will pass away. Moments of would have been image move, rise and fall, moments where you wish you were loose among the Gau, a proud and woaded Scottish braveheart of Target, or a wild stud amongst the swanglers of an Ordo Orientis, or a dreamtime Damanhur. Whispers of the mind that cry your desire to wash your genes in the seas of life with all the dirt and gold of theirs haunt your senses with phantom relief, windows never opened, though you claw at them for want of doors, doors not sealed with glass walls. Other things, maybe better things, are meant for all involved, the leprechaun sings. How many people are really ready for true love when it finds them? How many hang forever in nowadays? The band comes together again on the opening chords of a song called Rain in Chicago. but you know it is a lie. It could only be rain in one place, one world, one girl in all the world. The shattered mirror, the lost dream, the razor raven illusionist. The leprechaun strikes a hard, reverberating line, drops it into the sea like the weight of a bomb built to bust open the pain you cling so tightly to. An explosion of color rattles around you, shock waves of stippled light and scents that wash over and give form to a wild crowd unperceived before, a sudden discovered lost mob of souls lingering at the same intersections you've come to haunt yourself, a mob that refuses to leave. A man shaped like a woman stands at the corner, complains about stairs and little bitty short legs, makes of herself a teal monolith of words and spit. You came here the hard way, she says, and all beyond her you catch the water whispers of sweet Sir Master Phillips, Lord of light and love, bringer of happiness to the oppressed, though other tides pull you away. Love walks other roads than together, a voice whispers, a voice rich with the tones of the great chain that rings through all the voices of the people as they rise, stand against the malevolence of a childlike and greedy state. Like mud, the mob gathers, thickens, brings a level of light to the darkened sea you find unpleasant, the movements of shared pain worked through with social ease, almost anathema. Drift this way, be free, they whisper, call, but your feet follow other stones, guide you beyond the pavilion, to a place where the path ends, where reality slides against an invisible wall of deeper sea. Instead of an open exit of glittering sun through parted waves, the only door is a deep well, marked with a rune of stagnation, a neon Isa, which cools the soul to blue-lipped depression, the wish for death. Take the high road, a voice whispers as you sink beyond that dark doorway, drop further into shadow. Take it like a man, life awaits. Eyes close as you shake your head, bang your fist against the wall in vicious disgust at the happy noises that play with familiar illusions beyond. You know that you must walk through this, that you must sink deeper to truly understand, that the lessons of the descending well are only learned in the drifting. While one life might await, the bridge of another life, a tired, thin-stretched life, lashed to stones and bearing a foot-worn back, lays on the path first, must be walked and lived before the bank, beyond rushing, ominous rivers can be reached. The well is cold, its edges scarred, darker near the lip, gaining pale as you descend. Time and soul unite to give life to surgical stitches, the wandering track marks of flesh, sewn to flesh, where loose-fitting skin might otherwise hang, open to wind and rain. In the well you pick up your own darkness, your own corpulent numbness, and in the end you settle into a hospital waiting room, choked with coughing coral, the wettest layer of some aquatic hell undreamed of in all the simple, stirring moments of Dante's nightmare visions. Staring dead, a rotting corpse, bulging with cancerous non-joy, you bloat as you sag against an offered chair, stare through cold, sterile darkness at pastel walls. A landscape cut into 3 pictures, trisected for the sake of effect, stares back at you, as cheap and dehumanizing as the rest of the room. This place where your faith is laid out on the table, leered at and vivisected before the knife even touches your skin. Sometimes you can hear them talk, Other times you can't, but each whispered word that reaches you rasps with familiar cliches, rasps with the turning of pages to new ages, new times in which nothing changes but the technical terms for non-technical acts. Hunched, self-dying, you divert your attention to a magazine cut from fading relevance, but none of the words hacked into pages assemble to create anything meaningful. Page after page flips by, filled with text walk, the pontification of men trying so hard to build themselves up upon towers of cardboard knowledge and forceful ignorance in their quests to be taller than others. Lost is the voice of reason. Lost is the man crying out from the street corner that we need a system of limited freedom and limited control, where perfection can be attained by the seekers seeking and knowing, not forced upon those who see the value of what others taste as bitter and coarse. Breaking the haze, the practitioner saunters into the waiting room on cigarette-smoked legs of pork rinds and lard cakes, her grounded zeppelin bulk already sloshing with an inhuman ocean of wine and mustard. The hoarse bull cry of her voice slams the air and parts it like rough hands in Becton, forms your name from rigid syllables in a way that makes you cringe. Lost for direction, you rise, turn west from south beneath the rivers of the sea, and follow the airwaves she makes into the walls of a tiny room enfold you, a tiny room where her inspection of all that you are begins. Medications? She asks. No, you shake your head. Everyone is on some form of medication. She taps a pen against the edge of her condom-wrapped clipboard. At least 3, actually. The words guide eyes back to you, color them with accusing tones, while the jester dances of social mass, moving beyond her mind, glance your way, cast snickering, self-superior looks back at absent peers. You must be one of those healthy people. Well, I watch what I eat, you say. The practitioner's features bend into the brief, difficult wink of a patronizing smile as she brushes a grain of rotting Monsanto from her shoulder, wipes the pink slime from her thighs, rubs it into bleached fabric still stained with corn syrup. That doesn't matter, honey, she says. The body is tougher than the liberal media fearmongers who control our world would like you to think. Here, she smiles an arsenic smile, passes a bottle of neon pills to you. Now I want you to take 10 of these every day for the rest of your life. Don't worry about the kickbacks I'll be getting from the company that makes them. Just take them and remember that they'll make you happy. What are they? Concentrated pesticides, a mix of glycols wrapped in paraffin. She cracks the lid off, shakes out a few, and jams them down your throat. They taste like candy and deodorant. To you, the pills come with the sickly sweet taste of engine coolant, of antifreeze, shampoo, and hard candy. For a moment, they linger in your throat, tempting you, begging you to swallow them, swallow that hard knot of chemical death that wants so badly to numb you further, elevate you through numbness and make of you a corpse long before your time. Briefly, you acknowledge them, consider their cause, their message, revel in a feeling like every artist's secret, intellectually masochistic wish to be a math teacher, a business degree lackey free from ethics, or an engineered, code-slinging success in the hair-tearing consensus reality of what some refer to as the real world. Lost, too trusting, you swallow, but the walls of your heart, the walls of some distant memory, walls that carry the soft jasmine touch of the guardian, immediately catch you, knock loose the pills, and eject them in a coughing spasm that shatters reality, hospital, and practitioner in one swift flash. In a moment, you are alone, a highway vagrant, burning with all the hypocrisy of flipping off a man snared by road rage, or disowning a mother until she goes sober when one's every weekend is another excuse to binge oneself closer to oblivion, to that craved non-existence, so sweet because everything has come to nothing, and all the doubts and conclusions about the self, about the world, and about the life one has lived have been washed away. There is a rage you can feel caught in the waves now that transcends rational thought, a rage which culminates in a threat to render homeless the unappreciated caretakers, to push them into the street on a barge of spite. Part of you recognizes that threat, rises knowing that beyond love you have nothing, that the soul is eternal, and that a round of buckshot well spent can solve any problem, especially one of home defense, or defense against a slavery future. Sometimes the psyche is firm in its resolve that it is better to risk serving in hell than to watch those one loves descend there from the humid peace of purgatory, and it is a sacrifice you have always been ready to make. Always clicking, always like a clock that will not turn to the next minute, a clock caught stolid, stagnant, running on batteries of just in case. My wealth makes me better than you, a voice caught on the waves whispers, but you ignore that frequency, squelch it in favor of the cold, iridescent light of dead skin and Europa. And in the words you sing over the tone of the magnetic miniverse, you hear your future. Tune it in, tune it out. Shining across dusty plains, down the years, through the thick and thin, you whisper new, hopeful moments. Speak the language of frequencies. Come in, do you read? Are you receiving me? The signal comes across strong, but the static is stronger, and as the rattle obscures the truth of your words, another voice comes back to you, a voice you recognize but cannot place, loud and clear, begging you to shine across the waves, begging, rescue me, rescue me. Within waking reality, a flicker of the dream comes flitting, rises like an echo, glints, and falls. In its wings you catch the light of hope, lose it again, fall further, deeper into the darkness of that vast and empty sea, unable to breathe the water in the same way that everyone else so easily seems to. With all the efficacy of a corpse bound in a skin of lead, you sink further still, lose traction on reality, and drop in a single quiet fall to the bottom of the immeasurable ocean, land among the sands, at the edge of the sea's true depths, the void beyond the void. As you rise a little, vaguely buoyant amid spiraling waterfalls of liquid sand, you notice that at the edge of the void rises a lighthouse, a single tapering seashell spire among the ragged stones framing the vista of the void. Here the Kurth bisects the Rhine, and reality is severed in the breach, twisted by internal lights, memories, thoughts. Here, at the edge of the void of creation, lies a vista of infinite depth, a darkness so deep that a man's soul could scream, "Mine, hers, Brent!" and never be heard, a place that could swallow anguish, voice, and man without sound, leave nothing but blue oblivion in their wake. Here, at the edge of a place where the void opens and the world becomes endless, hollow, the silt shivers alone, waits for the discarded souls cast off from a world cut endlessly by the razor edges of illusion. The water here hangs haunting in the dark and depthless silence, fosters feelings that linger with you in the same way that images from a silent foreign horror film might. Moments of clarity come at first in fragments, then bubble up faster, faster, flood through this place where no one goes, this place that does not exist, where later and earlier centuries that peer endlessly down from the sky cannot see. The eye glistens with the sick immediacy of faces, faces cut from dream with blades of idea, of attempts to make sense of sea-tossed image. The faces! The faces! Desperation shimmers through the cool coldness, brings the frames of the dream to full awakening, pastes them across the windscreen of the mind's eye until you are swimming in them, soaked in them. The names! The names! Carrie, Kim, Kalinda, Kaliska, Christina, Rebecca, Rhea, all the repetitions of blue on black, black on blue, an echoing kaleidoscope lie that stretches between the false faces of 1,000 illusionists and the true mask of the dream. A pinprick of light burns alive in your heart, shines for a moment as if to rip into the darkness, then dies suddenly. For this place is a place where such lights are smothered as quickly as they are formed. But within you, the light still burns, festers now like a wet sore. The voices grow to a deafening crescendo of clashing nonsense, rise and rise, expand, fill you, push out the senses in a bloating cry until they explode to sudden silence, and you snap awake again, fully aware for a single, lucent moment beyond the numbness. In the silence, you ask yourself why you are still here, why every day you linger, hurt, and find yourself trapped beneath an oppressive layer of doubt. Beyond the lighthouse, the void beckons with the voice of chaos. For what is chaos but a void of infinite possibility? Void, the very womb of creation. So why not smile at the thought of being dispersed into the whole, you think suddenly? Why not smile at the thought of becoming one with all that touches and absorbs you, of becoming one with the void? The open endless below echoes the open endless in your heart, the ragged soul hole cut by the shards of the illusionist, and you realize fully in the now that the illusionist has many faces, that illusion knows no limits, that it is a quantum mask, continual, infinite, unreal. There is no reality to the illusions, and that leaves you questioning your dreams. She was all that I have ever wanted, you whisper, but even to you now the words sound Plutonian, hollow and cold, nebulous. Poetry is the face of prophecy, but even poetry is fleeting. Only the void is eternal, and it is this ever-certain stability, the stability of forever death, that draws you. How many frequencies wide is the soul? Asks a man whose spirit is all cell phone signals, wireless waves, and visible light. How dense is the self? The me within me? How wide and varied? Like a child, he offers an innocent smile drawn in crayon on a brochure, something marked with the symbol of the sun, and a handful of simple words typeset across the page in fading ink. Why is it so hard to believe that the mind has the power to shape the world as it shapes dreams? The brochure asks. Everything is energy, and void at its most basic level. Consciousness, brain, air, and world. Why is it so hard to believe, with all of one's heart, that the mind shapes the all, simply because it is part of the all? We are creators all. Why on earth are you here, when you could be anywhere? Like an edge of ash, the brochure falls from your fingers into the void, disregarded, forgotten. Ahead, the tower of the lighthouse looms into the darkness, and you realize that the very idea of unity threatens the value and inherent identity of all that we hold separate. You realize that maybe, if you could only soar free on the thermal winds of true unity, of oneness, you might learn to shed your skin, might learn to rise above, rise apart, become, phase free of reality. But the soul is heavy, the burden of the sadly certain skin-deep knowledge that there is nothing new under the sun. Only the void holds the potential for all, and as such you decide to consign to it the whole of your future. The road to the lighthouse over the void is long and lonely, a spindling span lost in the deepening darkness, a steel dragon whose eyes are liquid lights, whose back is edged with asphalt. Blue within blue and black within black, spread like ink in every direction, obscure the sandy seafloor as it drops away behind you, becomes a memory, less than a memory, a thing that never was, a thing imagined. Here there is only the world of the walkway and the lighthouse. Here there is only the sliver of matter beneath your feet, and the eternity of the void beyond it. The tears of a writer crying his sorrows into his pen reach you as you near the lighthouse, catch the whispered prayers he breathes to his own lost illusionist, the future he sees as too distant, too futile. Witness to forever, he wears his poverty like a funeral shroud, sees only the state of his clothes as his value, sees only the shame of trying to coax a garden out of self-created seeds, the torment of having to make fertilizer out of dead artists to fund his work. Wiping the snot of self-hate from his face, he hands you the final lines of his final poem before he jumps, and the lines on the paper read, "He wanted her so bad, wanted to be with her so bad, that he became what he wanted, that he became her, and then they were together, then he was with her, and she was with he, yea, alas, forevermore, concordantly. Now it is only you standing at the edge of the last bastion before the abyss, only you, witness to forever, staring into infinite darkness, infinite creation. You feel the inevitability of your fall, the sinking toward depths that no tower could ever be built tall enough to escape from, no breath deep enough to save you from. There is a sadness to that depth, a cold and shivering spike that fills you when you watch dreams fade or see the fingers of those who have achieved the impossible loosen about the world. So many deserve so much more, so much, and yet time moves on, leaves debts unfulfilled, criminals unpunished. Briefly, you wonder if you should follow the writer, join him at the bottom of eternity, wonder if your dream truly is dust, not worth living for, if the best service you can do for humanity is to jump, drown your tired illusions in the night. I could end it all, you breathe as you mount the staircase that spirals through the lighthouse, like a helix of DNA never given a chance to prove itself, squelched forever in darkness, though it yearns to break free. There is no one to hear you as you rise, no one to hear you as you climb the last step of a witless walk and settle at the edge of the tower, hands resting on spindly wires woven from the books of dead romantics, overworked teachers beaten by disconnected rich to cries of, "It's your fault!" and "Work harder!" Here, Now, you stare bravely into the building gusts of an undersea wind, tears misted, drying in the wetness. I could jump and let the gusts toss me as I fall. Let myself be welcomed by the cool embrace of the depthless void, as so many writers and philosophers and romantics and seekers and dreamers and prisoners of the mind have done. I could end it all, join potential, become eternity, become all and nothing. Resolve grabs you, rises as the wind rises, buffets you with strong, wet currents of bubble and sound. Baring your teeth into the wind, you howl, screech, call out one last and vibrant mental fuck you to all that is not you, all that is not the void, all that has allowed the dream to be indulged, all that has given ground for illusions to fester in. Guardian, Guardian, hear me! The words rip from you, defiant, decisive. If the dream is nothing but illusion, if life is but a dark ocean teetering a moment on the edge of the void, then I have nothing to live for. If the dream is nothing but illusion, then you have everything to live for, your guardian says suddenly, her voice caught somewhere between here and there, a faded breath of cool solace among the waves of migraines so crippling you cannot breathe or think, only float, only pray for death and the sweet silence that comes as the rushing blood within your fevered skull surges to a sluggish stop, hardens like cracked and heated stone. The urge to jump rises and falls, surges suddenly this time, obliterating all else, blinding you to everything but the spires, piercing the endless blue sea, and the long fall down, down into void below. Black is the color that rises here, dominates. All else is meaningless, even shades of teal, purple, blue. All else is meaningless, all else, but still there is the guardian. Still, even now, in the form of a lost and faded memory caught distant, as if through the window of a long-departed train, you can feel her breathing, can feel the soft life flicker through veins. Tears chime liquid through flows of ocean current wind, come from nowhere, mingle with yours as readily as if they were of the self, unforeign. Muscles tense, heart fluttering for a moment before it stills, ticks quietly, so still, as if contemplating some inevitable burst in one final passionate flare meant only for the illusionist, meant for the shadow, the dream that never was. So bright in the mind the shards of razor illusion burn, so bright that you can't help but curse them with all the intensity of love at first sight, so bright that only the darkness of the void seems capable of quenching them. And suddenly, just as the darkness takes your sight, and tears rise to blind your conscience with the final capitulation to death, to the void, she is there, your guardian, a sudden, balming light, descending sweet like a succoring salve upon your heart, a cool wave of froth and brilliance swept up from the floor of the ocean to wash over and soothe the broken edges of your soul. Like messengers of peace, her warm hands slide smooth as velvet across your shoulders, trace lines of collarbone, and settle in against skin, hold and comfort, surround. Sweet breath tickles your ear, and in the moment, as you sink into her shadows, you can almost feel the fierce thrum of her warrior's heartbeat, the radiant strength which shoots from her soul to banish darkness, to blast into night and rip despair into tattered shreds. Tell me of the waters of your pain, base of the pillar. Razors rip through skin as you hold them. Consider opening fists to let light catch and flicker among the broken edges of the dream. Slowly, reluctantly, bleeding fingers open, reveal the shattered glass of life, of held hopes and dashed dreams. Eyes are drawn soft. Watch as new illusions play iridescent across fragments that still cut just as deeply, bleed from your hands as fingers brush them, from your heart as feelings brush them. In the swirling void you hold them out to the guardian, and like a candle in the wind, she flickers sadly. This is all I have left, you say, offering the shards of a life lived and given up on. Your guardian shakes her head, closes your fingers gently back over your shattered dreams. You have more, so much more, she whispers. So much more than these. Each shard is a puzzle piece. You've only put them together wrong. I've put them together in the only way I know how. Your words come with new tears, misted beads rising from eye edges, running wet from rims to lashes. I've put them together in the ways I was taught, in the ways written in the blueprints of the world, the drawings of those who work earth and air and fire and water. Friendship is a two-way street. You hold up one of the shards, and the memories of a lesson glance across it. Presuppositions planted by parents who teach that those who work will always eat well, that harder work leads to larger rewards. You've done your best, she smiles, and as her voice comes again, she draws herself against you, her soft hands so real, so strong, squeezing you tightly. Another deep, shuddering breath, and your hands meet hers, squeeze back. Now rest. Let go of the pieces. Let them fall as they will, and be free of them. I wish I could. You shake your head. Frustration, anger of being earthbound rises through you, blossoms, catches fire. I wish I had wings like you, guardian. You shout against seafoam spray. I wish that I could take your hand and fly away to somewhere else, somewhere out of reach of the hands of illusionists, where we could forget about dreams and prophecy and things as sharp as life and just live, free from all of this. You breathe, and the breath comes shaky, desperate. It shouldn't have to be this hard. The fates are cruel beyond measure, linking me so deeply with an illusion, with a dream, with phantoms that are little more than lies on the lips of the desperate, throwing me again and again against glass walls that flare with the runes of protection, with the symbol of the guardian, your symbol. You close your eyes, and in the flash of darkness, as eyes squeeze against endless tears, the spires of the sea rattle as one through your mind, bony quills reverberating with ominous, sea-shaking tones. I need release. I ache for something beyond stagnation, something beyond pain. It won't be this way forever, the guardian breathes, gently reaching out to touch you, to close the distance, and wrap her wings across your shoulders, nuzzle your neck. The dark makes way for the light, and though we always yearn for the solace of the new day, darkness too must have its passing. Perhaps then, I wish I had your strength, guardian. You turn, reach out to take her hands, even as they become ethereal, and slip through yours. Like inverse suns, her dark eyes stare back, as rich as the radiant colors of her silvery skin, lips curving into a gentle, knowing smile. You do. The smile spreads soft across her face, lopsided and wonderful, the wind playing like fingers through the fronds of her hair. You have always been a guardian yourself, the one who carries alges, just as you have always had wings, just as you have always been able to fly, just as you have always been able to fly. Like a child you blink, and then the edges of your own smile poke through tear-stained despair. The veil between shadows and light gives a little, fades to golden haze, fights to break down cold walls, the layers of pain stacked against emotional floodgates thrown wide open to waves that soothe the raw edges of your suffering psyche. In that moment, in the silent back of your dark and neutral mind, something rises etched and tattooed with arcane secrets, blossoms behind the eyes, then captures you in your guardian's light and drags you backward through it, past your body, past the guardian's blinding, ghostly form and into the sky, just long enough for you to catch the finest silver flicker of radiant wings, wings as brilliant and bold as the guardian's, but springing from your own back, spreading out like the wings of an eagle ready to take flight. In your eyes, they are so beautiful, yet so brief, like the finest crafts of divinity that perish all too quickly, flash seraphic with a searing golden light that is too perfect to exist in such an unbalanced world for more than a millisecond, and yet miraculously persists. Your guardian's voice pierces the moment and brings you back then like a sudden splash of pleasantly cool water thrown across your face to wash away the quietly restraining currents of the lies or misunderstandings of turtles and Texan convicts. Somewhere far above, beyond the pikehead tip of the tower, a bird calls out, shrill and sudden, slicing stillness as regally as a razor. We have been here before, lived this, she whispers in your ear, and now as you turn, as you reach for her, you realize that she is real, that she has substance, that she is no longer a dream floating through the waking world, but something, someone, on the same frequency of existence as you, as the leprechaun, as the illusionist, as the philosopher, as Sandrew. I see it now, she says, smiles. Guardian is only the name you have given me along the path of your prophecy. Come, see the true curves of this body. Breathe as I breathe. Understand. The poetry of her words stirs something in you. All at once you remember. You realize that you never forgot. That even in the darkest of amnesic moments, a part of you knew and waited and smiled and knew. Lessons of the heart do not come by the same paths as the lessons of the mind, you whisper back. In the now, firmly gripped by full knowledge, understanding. Fingers touch fingers, bring warmth between hands. We are the dream, she kisses you. We have always been. You have always been my guardian, you say, and the words come quiet, reverent, laced with the honey of revelation ecstasy. And I, always yours. The falling rain brings sadness for some, but new life for others, and as the first fall begins, comes in torrents to that deepest blue, you take flight together, wings carrying you higher and higher until you're soaring over the abyss, beyond it. The water that flies from your wings as you break the surface is as cold as the newborn dawn, a glorious dawn, as full of wonder and light as a morning filled with 400 billion suns, enshrined in an endless, cerulean sky. Chapter 5. Spirit. Spirit begins where lips meet. The crash of surf so passionate, so necessary, so right. You breathe, and the rush of life fills you as you soar, awakens you, and in the eyes of the guardian you see the deep waters of heaven, the fire of her heart, the touch of air in her gray wings, the earth of her soul, and for the first time, truly the first time, you witness Spirit. Believe, she breathes, and you do, because now you know she is real. You know it in every once doubting corner of your mind, your body, and the ether haze that clings as soul. The bond between spirits is strong, fueled with an ageless fire that transcends your life, reaches beyond the sand of reality, the domain where wings are visible, tangible, blue, electric, and alive. Where you meet, it is the sun, Kanaz, the doorway and the key to opening it. Light spills into everything like the breath of happy heavens, and as you touch for the first time, again, you see the future in that touch. Know it is the only reality. Know that the dream is stronger, longer than eternal. I believe. The whisper comes from your soul as much as from your lungs, comes strong, of its own accord, brews itself as fuel for shining wings that fling souls past the hot fire of the sun-scorched surface of the sea, past the cold air of the stratosphere, into a sky from which the whole surface of the earth can be seen, sprawls out beneath entwined lovers like a waiting marriage bed already made in anticipation of a foregone conclusion. There is a solace that comes in touching the impossible, the soft skin of the dream which the world had tried to teach you did not exist. There is solace in kissing the impossible, in embracing it, in being so close to it that sense blurs within sense and form blurs within form. While others may dream of the North Pole and find it in a field of ice, you have found her, and she has found you in a land of dreams. This is transcendence, she says. The constant oscillation between blue and purple rises, blends light to finding the same faults in oneself that manifest so truly in others, and in the moment of the now, all is laid painfully bare, sweetly bare. 3, 3, 3, and eternal it be. The guardian's eyes fill yours, and like a silver sun she smiles into the stirring waters of your being, fiery, her touch like wind, rich as earth. You know all the symbols, you've dreamed them, lived them, seen the truth of them, past the glass and masks of the illusionist. And your guardian, the woman who has called you guardian, sees them too. This is awakening, you whisper back, and in your words perfect clarity is exchanged. Between you there are no labyrinths of linguistic deception, no lost breaths misunderstood between past lips and future ear. Such are the things which bind the two of you together, which knit closed the breach death has made by dividing your souls. You have never normally been the type to go bowling on a Friday morning in New Orleans, but it is places like that which are yet to be remembered most. Little family-owned bowling alleys and crack-in-the-wall restaurants in the French Quarter. Who is Tessa, and who is Izzy? The wonder is brief but strong, recurs in cycles, comes as questions of Teersa and Kynera, Alan and Silea, Julia, and the one she lost in the days of Lugavalium. All is prophecy, right down to the photo you carry wedged into the HUD of your Valkyrie. But how much of it will come to pass, and how much of it lingers from some past before, remains the only discovery yet to come to life. Art nests itself with the parasites of riddle, holds convoluted brush strokes as children. She still carries her cross, but is it a warning? You still carry your sight of colors, but is it a warning? Is the ultimate test to die within that part of yourself which is sick and suffering in the sight of society, so that she might live? All things move in cycles, you realize. Then wonder what lights and shadows, this third within third time, beyond demons and forgotten futures you are pregnant with. All things move in cycles. Jera to Shars. No one, no matter how free in mind, is ever wholly free from Burkano. Not all can be known, nor should it. She who is your charge and guardian looks at you, drinks deeply of your gaze with her eyes. Excitement comes with the as yet knowing, with the discovery, the experiencing. Only nostalgia has license to flirt with true clarity. All else comes in due course, you add, and in your shared consensus the words give foundation to hers, receive strength in turn. In her eyes, her movements, you see the illuminated frames of a journey wandered by wings and feet, a journey of the self walked by two souls drawn further apart, snapped suddenly back together. It was a duet of fate that carried you here, guided you past the obstacles that came as lessons, rocks and hills and rivers and fires and snow-capped peaks meant to be conquered. For her, the journey has been the same, a gauntlet of earth, of air, fire, and water, different only in the form of the challenges that she ran to face, different only in the illusions she has worked to overcome. Due course comes easily, comes with the resting descent back to land, to an acre of soft beach and towering sequoia surrounded by sea. In her arms you whisper words, a single word. Kiss her with the sounds as they leave lips, soften air. Lover, you whisper, and the waves whisper the sound in return. Guardian, she laughs, and the sound is a flash of life, of love. Guardian, you breathe, and the air is sweet in the wake of the wind of the word. Lover, she intones, kisses you with all the force of fertility, grows against you, blossoms within the soil of your touch. The soft velvet of glade grass rises beneath tender soles, the wet movements of dancing toe tips, giggling hearts, smiles caught one in another. Life quenches its speed ere the slushy sand, as an elk raises its head beneath a bright Kirillov star, stands as proud symbol of two hearts beating each to each. In the now, dancing lips smile, recognize the portent of the elk, the constant and ever-present sign of guardians, the sign inscribed upon the last glass wall, gatekeeper to the threshold of the all. In the now, it stands as large as all of creation, stands proud beneath a star that has not shined above your life since you were a child. It is the 4th of April. April 4, MXLI. Joy comes as sweetness follows. Hands caressing cheeks, bringing light to warm skin. Now is a moment of memory, one of so many moments when the joined soul of unity cries out, "Free at last!" One of so few moments of perfect bliss scrolling by on the wheel of karma. Until now, until this joining of guardian and guardian, until this quickening, this wakening, until now, when the all opens, when life at last drops heavy like the ripeness of ready fruit. Let us walk together. Hand in yours, she is the true light of blue, the balance, Degas, the point upon which all of fate spins. Hand in yours, she glances at you, and in her smile you see the illumined light of a seraphic sorceress in natus, of your greater self, forgotten half not forgotten, only unrealized until now. Hand in yours, she is poetry in motion, spheres in commotion, cerulean science of perfection cast in the fluid cues of living music. In moments, she is as fierce as Thurisaz, a dark Valkyrie of swords and flying hair, both gateway and key. In moments, she is as bliss-blessed as Wonyo, an embodiment of joy dance in every happy step, every rising laugh, or early morning of ecstatic brilliance caught like facet light in the face of a hanging crystal. In moments, she is a clear signal, Europa, tuned in, never tuned out, and as signals cannot be stopped, neither so is she. As above, so below, the waves call. As above, so below. Every step taken on the path of joined guardians is a step of change. A moment of movement translated in tremors toward the true frequency of the self. In each step you can feel the significance of skies and highways, and as you walk you cast aside the fetters of your past, because the objects that you've clung to for so long and placed so much importance inside of are brought to light as only shadows of the truth. The reality is hidden in the touch, the gold pale light of time as it unfolds between hands. Habits which hold you from urus fall away like cut cloth, and as the woman of the dream, this true guarded guardian walks hand in your hand. You step forward to embrace a summer of fruit and harvests as bountiful as breasts suckled by newborns at the first dawn of life. A summer of water, fire, air, and earth bound together in final unity. There are words in the air of people chosen by fate, luck, or design to be the guardians of culture, the seeds of new civilization. And you wonder if you are one of them. If all you have learned and encountered has not been merely an amalgamation of chance, if you might actually have the power to inspire change. You are of the change the sun calls. As above, so below. Each step is bold bliss, the boldness of taking steps within bliss, risking bliss in search of bliss through bold steps toward greater bliss. The change comes and lingers, comes in rolling, flowing washes and draws back simultaneously, haunting minds with zombie temptation. But guardians walk within it, without it, beside it, ready until tapped for greater goals, ready until brought forth among the fires of need to serve purposes for which there are no blueprints but those known somehow instinctively within the soul. Prophecy serves, leaves, fails in the face of time-changing, doubting minds. And still guarded guardians walk, cross oceans blissful, waiting, blissful in the serving. As above, so below, the wind whispers. As above, so below. There is lightning in her movement. In the movements you dance together, movements known within, movements of change, waiting for the joining to burst free like spring seedlings and reach verdant into the light. There is fate in the bell-decked naked ankle that chimes as it rises, but you know that fate only controls the living as much as the living choose for it to. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted, and stone may be shaped as truly by hammer as by gentle wave. Change is temporary. Change is permanent. Change is chaos seen through order. Order a change from change to a solid state that only waits for movement. Within change, you move as two, move as one, move as flesh, move as soul. Beyond change there is nothing, only gray, blissless abyss. You are of the change, the soil whispers. As above, so below. Sand and sequoias give way to sea as you dance. Dance waves into waves, flickering heads of moving, glinting ocean, kissing feet, only tasting, never pulling, never swallowing skin. Wrapped one in another, wrapped in the skins of bliss, you float beyond the laws that bind others. Do not notice the pull of gravity, or the way it no longer applies. Fact is taken for granted, lost in sensory flood, left to quantum flux, as unnoticed as those things which spread out ever around us, the air we breathe, the stones we trod upon. That is not to say there are never difficulties, the leprechaun sings, elevated above the ocean on a platform of light and shell. Paradise has its trying moments, as much as anywhere does. But at least here there is love to soothe your pain. At least in love there is the solace of forgiveness. Yeah, yeah. Beside him, shaggy hide cascading falling water, the Minotaur baritones the refrain, gives ocean depth to lines the leprechaun echoes in his higher, keener voice. There are always moments where the hands part and paths are walked alone for a time, but the division is never permanent. The division is never permanent. The distance isn't real. You and me together, the mind can do anything, baby, yeah, yeah. Serenaded by the singing myths of self imposed on self to make use and sense of self, you catch a boat back from the end of the world. Turn to your guardian as she turns to you, and smile. If poetry is the heart of the soul spoken aloud, you begin, and as she smiles back, she finishes, then music is the voice of God. We weave what the music demands, you begin, and the color of the world changes as the music falls away to reveal something more, moves in mysterious ways toward touched sky, kneeled knees. Noble, she stands in the knowing, nobler still in the knowing why, when so few can look beyond themselves to see. Like children, like adults, like those caught somewhere blissfully between, without, you move together, move on this moment, follow this feeling further, catch bliss even when it tries to flee. Briefly, you wonder if together you are only stealing adulthood, 1 year after another. If others feel this way, if your father or her father look at the rushing slipstream of aging time and wonder the same thing about their lives. You wonder if this adult feeling, this feeling of getting away with living a big person's life, is just the thrill that we all feel when we're not working, the thrill of weekends and lovers, the thrill of being perpetually 25 in one's own mind. We are unique, but not so very different, the leprechaun sings, and behind him a wall rises, a wall of dreams, some yet to progress, others taped with prayers, notes of thanks. Together, you write your own prayer of thanks, add a strip of gratefulness to the wall amid the hopes for a future of continued bliss, and move beyond water for the baking heat of fire. Fire comes as a cooling ember of kiln bricks, and a silent wharf burned clean of illusions by the pure light of day and shared sight. In the now of a clear morning of the self, in the now beyond a time that exists in Kilika memories, Jose memories, places where the eye watches but never closes, scabbing puddles of spilled passion dot the path, simmer as teardrops upon fire, pass without being given even a passing glimpse of sorrow. Moments lost amongst the waste, cast from the altar of Bacchanalia, pass with the tones of an almost watery loneliness, of sinking submarines. But like the sun, drowning air must always rise. The nights spent sleepless above unloved sheets have passed, and even the fire of the city, quiet and spent, contemplates the thought of being wed. In such forms persist the very stuff of life. Even if the energy is gone from time to time, it will still return. The passion lives within, only grows back more rigid and erect after being sucked of virility. Separate from the loss, bound pristine, in earned and shared wings that keep feet from ever touching sun-soiled brick, you pass the city and the dying embers of the blood festival that have spilled out into the street. Spent of their heat and passion, prone, the undead, the burning vampire husks of twilight debauchery, wax flaccid beneath parasitic screens, litter streets, half rise to contemplate red and bleary worlds of limited promise, limited purpose. For them, only the liquor closest at hand can numb the pain, dull the mind into forgetting all the breaths the body wastes. The sex of the city hangs limp above young crumbled towers and purple trees climbing varicose into the sky. The caravan of youth has long since fled, left the burnt-out cinder of the city for warmer waters, fresher fads, livelier crowds in search of livelier gods. City gives way to city, gives way to city, and then the blood-washed facades become a memory as you leave the ovular gates at the entrance to that deep red pit and follow steadily lightening tiles out to the Zeppelin yards. There, among the shells of forgotten balloons once laden with the wares of garage sales, the wreckage of the Blue Valkyrie lies crushed and abandoned, her pilot changed and gone, her willing anima free to float upon higher winds. No longer do cries of "Tomelsh" rise into the air over fire. No longer do the decks sing with the tones of buoyant minds drawn to debauchery. The graduation from sense has ended, and a new epoch of awareness has begun. To ordinary souls, to those who have already fled the collapse of the night, the smothering of the fires of industry, the deflating sports propped on pedestals by purveyors of canned piss, the way is shut. To ordinary souls, there is no return to the air from the husk of fire, but realizing your wings, you make the transition with ease. Wonder in the wispy gap between land and sky if the wall between guardians fell away when it did, to connect you fully in the final moments of a greater vista beyond state-imposed living, to leave you both with a rock to cling to, when or if the body of civilization cycles into its next great collapse. In that moment you laugh, for the irony of time and coincidence in each eternal boredom moment of each too short lifespan brings humor in the viewpoints of those that see them, brings a solace of the self, in the same way that walking into an unfamiliar concert hall to watch a forgotten relic of voice and strings croak cigarettes onto a stage yields itself instead to the unveiling of a narrow ballet strip which proclaims, "The stars are right." Doubt cast aside, you choose the moment of the moment, the now of the now in which to live, in which to summon from self the choice of joy. The wings of happiness are made in the moment, your guarded guardian affirms, and as you settle among the clouds, a butterfly touches your shoulder, flutters its stained glass wings, catches light like a bit of temple splendor come to life. Joy comes like the braiding of a rope, and as a single soul you fly together, twin-winged trans-elementals, transcending the tortured tracks of fire for transient vistas of shifting free air. Like the fluff of wisping atmosephemera, you rise among the rockets and blimps of Cyrus von Singer, rise among the lazy floating intellectuals that choose to hover beyond academe, beyond the city, having made a trip to Budapest by Passarola, and come back cut by the thorns and brambles of too many fallen saints to fully embrace passion or cold logic ever again. Like the fluff of wisping atmosephemera, you rise to settle among the airy halls of academe, among the ivory towers suspended high upon the terraced crest of Parnassus, linger at the edge of the tin-paved walk of instructors, the path polished to such a shine and patina that only those who know otherwise do not swear it is a bright silver or a dull platinum. In the now sight of the moment, it stands out as chrome, a treacherous path of invisible curves and drops designed to deceive or trip all but the most hopeless or careful, to force a shuffling, stalled walk where eyes never leave the road's reflective surface, forever staring, introspective, the stare that excludes all else. Signs beg you to return to Parnassus, to open your veins to the president of the school and his high holy cabal of administrators for the promise of a better life, better earnings, better happiness. But beyond those signs, there is another path, a winding trail of unbroken seashells and wandering orbs that flicker with their own scintillating chromatic light. Ahead of you, at a split in the walk of instructors, shells mingle with the tin like a crossroads, and though it appears broken and treacherous, the men who step upon it choose to walk proud, upright, and tall. This is the walk of druids, your guarded guardian tells you, and as you look into her impossibly dark eyes, she adds, of sages and clerics, of magisters, priestesses, shaman, dolbys, and Christs. It is the path of the healer, the visionary, the dreamer, and the Yazi. It is the walk of light, of life, and if you follow it, it will guide your steps, support your souls with firm masonry wherever you lead it, and never betray your trust as you walk. As above, so below, you whisper back. See your smile reflected in hers. As within, so is all, always, in essence, everything. Like the rising of light upon a wire, these are the moments that end in catharsis, that pass like a fever, the bursting of a blister that leaves cool waves in its wake, waves awash with the golden tomes of accomplishment. Ease begins with Paseus, and the muck-jays of Langley. Gears and brass line your path, leather and stone, but these are swords. They pass, rise, fall, rise again. Only the guardian, Valkyrie of the heart and dream, remains. Many other swords may rise or fall away, you smile, but my Valkyrie is by my side, always. As within, so is all, in essence, everything, and in turn, it is all things that come to accounting with Tiwa's accuracy. At the edge of air, a flurry of schooling bicycles shifts silver and scatters before the sounds of a self-limiting pop star, a garage band sensation too in love with the harmonics of home to risk wider skies. And as you stop, watch, a man framed by a fall of flowers sings, "These things are the way they are because they cannot be any other way." Beside him, a man with the voice of a god sings, "California, California." And the sound brings tears to your eyes, signals your ascent into the sun. "Etch out a future of your own design," he sings, letting the body glide, the heart decide. "The future is roses, roses, roses." By the time you arrive at the familiar cusp where air meets earth, the guardian's hair is long, as silken and midnight as the illusionist's, but much richer, much more the way you remember, much more of the dream. That is when the eye opens widest, when focused by the walls of its binding, it fills you with the path of the sun, the creator, the dreamer. That is when you truly awaken, see things in the nature of things that are unseen by others, colors that echo and itch in the mind, in the way that some puddles seem disturbed by ripples, even when there is no rain. The way some puddles are mist, even when the rain falls pattering and thrumming, and everything on the earth falls under its rich, shadowy dominion. For even while the rain does not bring shadow, it is itself born amongst it, contains the essence of the soul of it. Awakening, rising in illumination, you cast off the time-worn skin of a past self, and leave it to decay in soft earth, leave it to rust, as the machines of another time would rust, watching each day pass with the tired and half-lidded eyes of hunched and abandoned gods. Your own return to earth comes welcome to both your soul and hers. Familiar movements of forgotten ways return, take on new skins, become new ways, new movements. And as you cross the final intersection between your old home and the new, you notice that the signs have changed, that new signs point your way, signs that have no symbols, no names. On his own journey of remembered movements, a man searches for his magic dice, lost by decree of fate until, by the same decree, he finds them again. And as he rolls their familiar weight through hands still lost in the dream, they blink back the same wood-burnt numbers. 7, 7, 7. All movements are conceived in memory, no matter how distant the source, the guardian says, and together you step forward, choose the route of unmarked signs toward an unmarked home in an unmarked land, knowing that wherever the feet rest at last, you will find the solace of earth. "A table like this," she says as a meal unfolds across a wide and beautiful galley table spread out among the memories of impeccable fantasy. "An orchard like that," you agree. Take in the heavy fruit hanging bulbous at the ends of sagging tree limbs, the open, wide, and fertile fields of the future pregnant with sweet potential. Like pen to paper, you put feet to path, and in your mind comes a vision of a home both you and your guardian can call your own. Wood floors, creaky, a board porch sagging a little over the side of a lake, a pond. In the vision, the two of you sit together in a shallow boat, wings holding each other, every breath speaking of love, of music, knowing in smiles that every day comes as a blessing. "Thought creates reality," she points, and as you follow her finger, the land opens, changes. The stem elements of undifferentiated earth changing, giving way to the paint strokes of the dream, the vision. As quick as asking, as knocking upon the door of divinity and invoking the blessing of the central light within the many-faceted face of God, you find yourself before that sacred house, that home conjured by pen, sure against paper, feet sure against path. It is real, you whisper, and in the acceptance, the final touches of that vision come reality, solidify, open themselves to you. Part of you hesitates for a moment, on the pen point of an if only I had believed, I could have had this sooner. But the notion evokes time, and time is an illusion. Time is a river, and the soul is the deftest swimmer. Divine inspiration comes, nests a little in the thoughts, that changes the suffering. All are necessary to learn the lessons required to truly treasure gifts, as much given as earned. Thought creates reality, she says again, and with a wide grin you scamper together into the colors of the vision. The house sits where you remember it, but rests a little different inside. More her taste than yours where they differ, but even this is appropriate to the senses. Books sit where once books did not, a mingling of things both yours and not. What might be missing is no longer of any consequence. In the end, they are only objects, and it is the connection, the touch, the ocean wind between lips which is the only thing that endures. Cozy and tight, the home fits your lives like a snug womb, but does not become your tomb. Here you are both young, ripe with the potentials of life, fresh on a journey that will take lifetimes of moments together to complete, if ever it is finished. Ages will you chronicle together, ages of smiles and laughter, tears and sweetness, comfort and pain. Each will wear the mud of the other on each other's boots, and the mingling will be glorious, sacred. This is the era of the sun, a pyrographic painting propped above the mantelpiece reminds. The breaking of the glass wall inscribed with the motion-killing guardian elk of Algiz. I am the chariot, ride-ho and Ewaz in both body and soul, you cry out, standing in the doorway of this new home, this new life, knowing that the now is your Fehu dawn. Like a mighty elk, the tree of Elwaz, whose roots have held you back for so long, now bends down at your feet, releases the floodgates of life into your hands, filling you with the shouts of dreamers, aesthetics, and the world current whispers the words of hidden songs as it sweeps over you, singing, I am one, I am among, I am one, body and soul, I am one, I am among, I am one. But there is always a final moment where all could be cast away in a leap of faith. You've seen it before, been here before. You know the face of this cliff, the resetting of the tapestry, the broken urge to destroy all that you have created merely to see it bleed, to see it cut with knives as you have been, lost, no longer bringing hope, happiness. These are the thoughts that pass the lips of fear, you realize. You are not the illusionist. You do not heed fear's call. You are not beholden to it. You know that the path you walk is the right one, the sunlit one. And as such you cast all the razors that would cut, all the tools of despair and future loss, into gentle coffins and bury them, knowing that at least bound in comfort, they might choose to stay silent, absent from your life forever. On the wall, a single book stands out among others, a book of prophecy, both future and past. And as you take the book down from the wall, you know that you have broken the cycle, that you have willingly shattered the last of the great glass walls of your early life, and thrown open the doors to the grand void vistas of creation beyond. Hands that once moved so reverently across the carefully scribed pages of the book now return to blank pages, to welcoming skins that agree as time itself does, that the time has come for you to pen your own sweeping tapestry of inkwork upon the vellum of the universe. And the first thing you pen is the marriage. Fingers clasped, hands together, Tied with a cord chosen by both, and kept as a symbol of your bond, you stand side by side with your guarded guardian at the edge of the world, and as hands are bound, the shaman priest anoints your skin with ambermelon oil, gently ties the sun lines of Sowilo to each other. You are Valkyrie, guardian, the one awaited for. The words echo within your mind, within the pages of this, your solemn obligation as both her guardian and her charge. And with the blessing invested in me by heaven above, I pledge myself, both body and soul, to your care. From this point forward, I promise that I will always be your guardian, that I will cherish you, love you, honor you, and keep you safe from illusions, for the length of my existence here, upon this mortal consensus, and all other realms to come. I do so promise such to you myself, she begins, echoes your vow with her own. With the blessing invested in me by heaven above, I pledge myself, both body and soul, to your care. From this point forward, I promise that I will always be your guardian, that I will always cherish you, love you, honor you, and keep you safe from illusions, for the length of my existence here, upon this mortal consensus, and all other realms to come. Having come from earth, through the aloof winds of air, through the burning heat of fire, through the cold depths of water, and through the journey back again, I find you prepared to take these vows, to be joined in spirit for the vision of the future as it stands, the shaman says, and you can see in his eyes that he is the greater soul of the universe, the whole that guides you so flawlessly forward toward those desired things that you are truly ready to accept. Light twinkles in his eyes as he finishes, adds, "Go forth, live as one soul, and live each moment together in bliss, gratefulness, and the knowledge that, having chanced to knock upon the door of will, having chanced to ask with intent, to walk the path charted toward happiness, you have secured as reward the future you both desire." So mote it be, the elements whisper. Amen. Let the circle be open, but unbroken. Namaste. Go with peace, the shaman says, and you do. Together, as guarded guardians, you settle into the pages of your future, the home you have painted with the stuff of the universe, and share your breath for the first time, share skin, melt one into another. Like the coming of sweet rains, she brings you the warmth of sex and orgasm, the honeyed mind cleanser that keeps the void, the anxious time stop of the fearful forward-looker at bay. Like the caresses of breezes blown from the velvet green of a cool and dewy mountain meadow, she brings the light of shared life to the colorless palates caught in those darker storms that still haunt horizons, even now, brings brilliance without bringing the darkness of death, of cold skin, or the kind of fear that only one lover may know for another. The fire between you runs deep, a current rich in air, earth as heady as a spectral humidity. And when you make love, it is a blending, a merging. Bodies become one, a singular entity, and each sensation is shared, a symbiosis, rather than a mirror of quantum intercourse, an entanglement which lingers long after the panting glow and closeness that comes when you hold her in your arms, gently brush the frond black tropical sway bangs from her beautifully, indefinitely deep eyes. Elastic time slackens in the cooling afterward, and like a child assembling a puzzle, you realize then that in the now you exist between worlds, between categories. You are a pillar of creation, just as she is, the pair which stirs the energies within the cauldron from which the pearls of new realities are born, new perceptions conceived and brought to light. Together, you book silent passage on the lazy drifting gondola of Somnus, drift away to less dense realities, less rigid times, fluid places. Together you sail away, but in the sweetness of sleep, it is you who finds yourself eventually awake again, skin cold with sweat. The darkness of the night surrounds you like a womb as you reach for your guardian. Feel the warmth of her skin in the touch, and you know then in the movements of satisfied silence that she is sleeping, and that her dreams are of music. Her smile, her eyes haunt you lightly as you watch over her, refuse to so much as breathe for fear of waking her. In this moment, you are the vigilant mother, alive in the night, the guardian of your guardian. When the sun-washed world of the waking dream returns, you return together, gently play in the rumpled sheets of morning, nuzzle and kiss, tease and laugh. Like cats, you explore your new home, touch the edges of your new reality, feel it, revel in it. Hours pass, days pass, and every moment is a dreaming lit by stirrings like déjà vu, stirrings like the living iridescence of liquid soul. A fragment of ancient poetry draws into your mind amid the moments of pleasant sunlit bliss, lingers there like a remembered smile, a prophecy of comfort come at last to pass. Doorway and key, the goal realized, and the Valkyrie guide whose hand holds yours on the gilded path to the golden light where those who would sleep awaken, are washed clean of debts and sins. Like a child, you pick up a familiar book, almost reluctantly, and begin to read the story which has carried you through the last 5 years. You read the story of your past, dream the story of your future, and ride on in the words of intent, casting reality in the colors you choose, the colors of light, life. And you smile, because now you finally know. Here, every moment is entangled with shades of spent ink. Earth, air, fire, water, and spirit linger in the memories of each day, haunt you in their own ways, even as you ascend into the sun. Here, you know that everything is a cycle, a wheel, that we all must become through both bad and good, firm and infirm. The world is cycles inside of cycles, larger cycles, not always visible to the eye within, larger cycles within larger circles. Everything that has happened before will happen again, many times. And even as time turns in cyclical illusion, you know that now will never come again. You know that in each incarnation you must choose your own trail, reach for the sky, for want of wings. But at least for now there is bliss. Beyond the window you see the guarded guardian as she sits on the bare earth, takes in the cool air, stretches a bricklayer's pace from the hearth that crackles flame in the gentle waves of coming rain, and slowly, slowly begins to sing. Author's note. Last 5 years has gone through so many incarnations in the crafting of it that it is miles different in appearance in these pages from the scraps that it was when I first penciled some of the passages back in 2002. In those 10 years, it has changed in more ways than it has stayed the same, taking on the form of second-person semi-biographical narrative only in the past year or so. For better or worse, most of last 5 years was written in the car on the long trips back and forth between my old home in Lincoln to CSU Sacramento, penciled in the margins of other projects I was working on at the time, Cygnus War, Modern Creative Writers Workbook, etc. As a whole, the book was assembled across the length of a bedroom wall, each passage pinned into one of 5 columns, and then rearranged according to a narrative that tightened as more and more pieces were added to the puzzle. Crafting this book has been as much about writing prose as it has been about developing poesy, as much about slinging the ink of words to observe splats as about endlessly kneading the dough of meaning until any given sentence is rich to the point that it bursts anew with every reading. You'll find bits of all my heroes in here, references that conjure up recollections of Constantine, Dolby, Ginsberg, Granbois, Herbert, and others. But mostly you'll find bits of who I am, the struggles and delights I have lived through. In these pages you'll find the essence of who I am, how I relate to the world, why I make the decisions that I do, and so forth. All in all, I hope you've enjoyed Last 5 Years. Beyond this page, you'll find a collection of photographs showing the progress of the manuscript when it was still tentatively titled The Book Wall. The seeds of a sequel have been laid, but they are few at this point, and have a firm back seat to other projects I'm currently more keen to get to. If you enjoyed this book, however, and would like to read more like it, visit me online at www.eswyn.com and drop me a note letting me know. Nothing inspires a writer like encouragement. In the meantime, however, the closest thing to Last 5 Years I have ever written is a book called Cinderblock Houses, which is also available from Thunderrune Publishing. I hope you enjoy this one, if you choose to give it a read, as well. Thank you. In closing, I'd also like to state that if you liked this recording, if you enjoyed Last 5 Years, this audio version of Last 5 Years, and you'd like to read along while listening, or you're just interested in getting a copy of the book so that you can see some of the ways that things are structured, it's because some of the meaning comes from specific words that are homonyms with other words. You can get the book Last 5 Years from my main publishing company's website, which is www.thunderrune.com, and that's Thunderrune, with thunder and rune being the same word, with the R at the end of thunder and at the beginning of rune being together. So it's just Thunderrune with one R. So check that out. The book is called Last 5 Years, and thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed it, listening to it as much as I enjoyed writing it.